Welcome, everybody. Happy Tuesday. And you're all ready for, well, I was gonna say the finale. Let's not overstate things. We're gonna wrap up 007 Legends, which is the last official game on the mission list for James Bond, but it is not the end of James Bond, just the beginning of the end, I guess we could call it. The first light, if you will, at the end of the tunnel. We're heading into the end game. What's up, Killick? What's up, Neo Freeman, Father Axe Keeper, Space Hopper Copter, lurkers in chat, VOD viewers, everybody else, welcome. Thank you, Space Hopper Copter, for 135 bits. Appreciate that. Yeah, I feel like I'm going over this time and time again, but I suppose I'm here for all of my streams, but I cannot expect everyone else to be. But yes, we are playing 007 Legends. We will be doing the Moonraker mission tonight, and we will be inspecting by a highly advanced classified Q-branch technology what the Skyfall mission looks like. The Skyfall mission is, or was I should say, post-release free DLC for the game, which was discontinued very, very quickly as the game itself was taken off digital storefronts within months of release, which is absurd, but that's how it goes. What's up, Sam Hind? Greetings. As such, the Skyfall mission is no longer accessible, at least not through legal means. And because I have a hard copy of the game, we can still play it, but getting the Skyfall mission up and running was not in the cards. But, you know, one might argue that the experience we're getting is more authentic to the, not only the day one experience, but, you know, the experience most people would have with the game, because I feel like only a lucky few in the relative terms would ever have been able to get the Skyfall DLC the way that worked out. But we do have video footage of it, so we can watch it together and see what we were missing out on. It's been a pretty fun game. It's been, I think, without question, really, the biggest discrepancy between, you know, common perception and I'd even say my own expectations on the one hand, and like my actual experience on the other. There have certainly been games we've played that didn't, I think, you know, live up to their reputation. There have been games that, like, I think the one that stands out the most is 007 Racing, which I think is the one game that I had multiple people in chat repeatedly as we were kind of working our way towards that game. Multiple people who, you know, was calling it out as like, oh boy, I can't wait for this piece of shit. Like, you know, people were kind of not dreading it by any means, but were excited to see me, you know, be subjected to it. But I actually enjoyed it. I thought 007 Racing, with the exception of the fucking last boss of the game, which isn't at the end, weirdly enough, just in the middle of the game, we have to fight these fucking two invincible forklifts, which was like, actually, let me look. The game, all in all, took how long to beat? It took me 5 hours 56 minutes to complete 007 Racing, and I'm pretty sure I spent about 2 hours on that one forklift fight, and that's in a game that has like 20 levels or something. Get rid of some riffraff here. Yes, the forklift is an unlockable vehicle. I think there were like cheat codes. I don't think it has, because every level in the game is like a specific scenario. So you do drive different vehicles, but it's not like you get a selection of vehicles to pick from. And I don't recall if the game has any kind of multiplayer mode where you play as different characters or vehicles. But yeah, there was like a cheat code where you can play with the forklift. which is like, it's a funny thing to think of, because you could go either way. Either it's like something they did as kind of just a gag because it's like the silliest vehicle that they could, like, I don't think there's any like hot dog trucks or clown cars or something, so the silliest car they had that you could play, I guess, would have been the forklift, maybe. But on the other hand, the forklift is also the fucking James Bond's ultimate nemesis in that game, so it's, it kind of makes sense. But yeah, it's not a game without flaws. It's not a game without quirks. But I think it was actually really cool. I think, aside from its general reputation as a bad game, or at least like people who were even aware of it had a pretty negative view of it, I wouldn't say that it's like a famously bad game. It's not like Rogue Agent that like people don't even have to have played Rogue Agent to like think it sucks, because it's just conceptually such a weird, stupid thing. And then because the game actually sucks, like those people are going to be justified in that mindset, and that will proliferate. So that's like the famously bad James Bond game, or 007, or like James Bond isn't even in it, but and 007 Racing isn't quite like that, but it didn't, to the extent that it had a reputation, it wasn't a very good one. But I think also I expected it to be something, I guess, different from what it was, because it isn't a racing game. It's a driving game, but it's not a racing game. There are, ostensibly there's a couple of levels that you might be able to describe as a race, but it's not, you're not running laps and crossing the finish line. Like you're doing James Bond stuff in a car. And like a car-based James Bond video game, it's not a bad idea. And going all in on that lets them explore a breadth of both specific kind of scenes and scenarios from the films, but also kind of make up their own stuff. And I think that's cool. And I think I was especially impressed with the actual diversity in mission structure and mission design. Like they really squeezed a lot out of that game concept. And it was an interesting thing. But it's a game of highs and lows, because conceptually and what they do with it game mechanics wise is like pretty good. But then it has like the extremely lackluster production value, where there's like a narrative that's explained fully in text form in these like weird story slideshows, and they use like some stock pictures of characters from movies that never show up. I don't think, well, I was gonna say, I don't think you ever see a human in the game. There is, at least I remember, there's one level where you're driving like the jungle or something, and you're chasing this woman who's driving in like a convertible, and there's a thing where you have to like collect a parachute pickup and then like drive off a cliff and whatever. And there might be some other instances where technically people are visible. I don't think there's any like pedestrians. Well, actually, no, there probably are, and there's like the city level, but certainly no characters. None of the characters in the game. You never see Bond, you never see Q, you never see any of the villains. Some of them have like stock photos in those, like in between text bits, or like in the mission loading screen or whatever, and that gives it like a super budget feel. There's no cutscenes, there's no like, it's very like extremely bare bones outside of the core of the gameplay. But yeah, for what it was, I think it was a really cool game. It's really, it stands on its own because there's no other Bond game like it. So that's the one that stands out, and I think now 007 Legends will keep it company as a game that has a terrible reputation, but I think it's like pretty sick. I think 007 Legends mostly succeeds in what it's trying to do, and of all the Activision Bond games, I wouldn't say that it's like far and away the best, but it certainly is among the least sort of boring and bland and kind of generic ones. I think Bloodstone is maybe the better game, but they both succeed in different ways, I think. And I think for all its like very blatant nostalgia fishing that it's doing, it's actually, it does it pretty well. Certainly about a million times better than GoldenEye. So yeah, I think it's not a super remarkable game, but you know, in the grand pantheon of video games. But honestly, not that many of the Bond games have been. Many of them have been fine. Many of them have been pretty decent. But I think the ones that I would like recommend outside the concept or context of like what they're doing as a Bond game, like I wouldn't go out of my way to recommend this game. I would go out of my way to like invite people to kind of assess it themselves. They have this impression that it sucks. I don't know. But that at the end of the day, Everything or Nothing is such a absolute, you know, zenith of spectacle and coolness and everything you want from Bond games. So it's like, that's the one I would recommend first for that kind of stuff. And if someone has played that and are looking for other good Bond games, then yeah, I would say, you know, Bloodstone's good, Nightfire's good, but I would probably put 007 Legends in that like same category. I mean, the original GoldenEye is good, but it's not like it's not a game that needs my endorsement. I think spending like fucking 3.5 years playing 50 James Bond games and coming out of it with like, oh, I think you should play GoldenEye. It's like, could you think of a more boring and pointless recommendation? Like, oh yeah, let me go deep into my like expertise and research knowledge to come up with this you know, highly detailed and researched recommendation of the most fucking broadly popular video game of all time. And I mean, if anything, I would recommend all these other games over GoldenEye anyway. I think people, like, anyone who's in my position of having not really played GoldenEye before, I mean, obviously, I don't need to recommend it to people who've been playing it for 30 years, but if someone is like, I haven't... Anyone who would be in the position to be recommended GoldenEye by me, I would recommend these other games first. Yeah, the Game Boy game, of course, is like way up there. And I would say, like, that's the thing. Everything or Nothing is like the first one to recommend in this sort of broader genre of like 3D console action. But of the games that I would like just recommend, and I mean, yeah, I would say those are all fine games, but I would, and Everything or Nothing I wouldn't hesitate to recommend just as an action game. But of course, all of them, like, the license has its own appeal, so they're easier to recommend if someone's like in, you know, in the mood for a James Bond game. And I guess that's the thing, like, the best ones, that aspect of it is always going to be part of its appeal. So I think the Game Boy game is great, but of course it's elevated so much further by its like James Bond qualities. But I would still say that it's like, it's a very good Game Boy game. It's a very good game, and I think because it's like also a relatively low commitment, it's not a super difficult game, it's not an overly long game, it's a pretty easy recommend. So the thing about, like, because Everything or Nothing is so, there are very few things that other 3D Bond games kind of do differently or better that would make me want to recommend them over it. Like, it's not like it makes every other game obsolete. You played that one and you don't need to look at any of the other ones. But at the same time, everything that's cool about 007 Legends, everything that's cool about Bloodstone, everything that's cool about Nightfire, like, Everything or Nothing just overshadows them and does either the same thing or something like kind of better than it. So it's just that's one that's just going to be at the top. But again, you know, there's plenty of others that I think are cool and I think are overlooked. I think Everything or Nothing, that's I guess maybe that's the difference. Everything or Nothing is the game I'd recommend because it's just a sick game, and I mean, I do think it's overlooked. It's not a game that you hear about brought up in terms of, you know, people just listing, or, you know, if you looked at some kind of top 25 sick PS2 or Xbox action games or whatever, I wouldn't expect it necessarily to come up. But I think it deserves it. Whereas, like, The World's Not Enough on N64, 007 Legends, Bloodstone, I guess, like, there's a bunch of them that I think are just don't really get their due. Like they don't either they have a legitimately bad reputation or they just like aren't really they're either, you know, in the case of World's Not Enough, it's obvious to see that it's like, I would say that's the number one game in the entirety of the pantheon of Bond games to be like overlooked or overshadowed by GoldenEye. But I think it's actually better than GoldenEye in a lot of ways, where I had more fun with it, I should say, at least. I could see that it might not hold up to scrutiny or repeated play the same way, but it's not a bad game by any stretch. And I think they actually, I want to say that was also Eurocom. Let me look that up. Who made that? Yeah, that was Eurocom. That was I was gonna say the first. It depends on how you count. Eurocom also made the NES James Bond Jr., but if you want to count that as a separate thing, the N64 World's Not Enough was the first Eurocom Bond game. It was the first Eurocom James Bond FPS. And I think it's a game that does like a lot of well thought out iterations on the GoldenEye formula. And it's a good game. It's a good game for sure. I like the PS1 game as well. It's a little jankier, but and they're both great. I struggle a little bit to say one's better than the other because they're both cool. But anyway, we'll get back into this kind of discussion as we finish 007 Legends, and we'll revisit the tier list as we will be doing. So just to recap, we're finishing 007 Legends tonight, game number 50. After that, we will be doing, over the course of December-ish, I guess, probably starting pretty soon, the Xbox Live remake, port, update, remaster, whatever you want to call it, version of Rare's GoldenEye. We will be continuing to watch all the films on Discord. Indeed, we are watching From Russia with Love tomorrow evening. Check out the Discord for info on that. There's going to be an event. You can look at the Movie Zone section if you're interested. And we're gonna. My hope is that we can work our way through the series basically by the new year. Depends a little bit. I'm not sure if it is possible. Unlikely, but it is possible that I might be traveling for Christmas and or New Year's, in which case we're not doing movie nights while I'm traveling. But we're probably gonna keep a pretty rapid schedule. I don't want to like have it take longer than necessary to rewatch all the films. We will be skipping Moonraker, and we will be skipping On Her Majesty's Secret Service on account of we watched them like a week ago. But otherwise, we will be watching all of the 25 Eon films, including ones we have watched together previously in the past few years, as well as the remaining Daniel Craig films that came out after Skyfall, which of course is like the last film. By the time the last game came out, which was this one, Skyfall wasn't even the last movie, because Skyfall the film came out after this game. Around the same time, but not long after. But it was the current film, I guess we can say, by the time this came out, which leaves Spectre and No Time to Die. Those are the two remaining ones. So we'll be watching those as well. And once we've done all of that, presumably at some point in January, we will be doing the proper final James Bond finale wrap-up stream. So look forward to that. But I don't know about you guys. I am eager to get going. So actually, let me turn on the old Xbox, because that's going to take a hot minute to boot up. Well, let's hop on over to the Bond scene. Music's getting a little loud here. Let me turn it down a bit. Oh, that's booting up in the background. Fine. Here's the game. I think you guys know what this is about at this point. We're playing a bunch of scenes, a bunch of films from James Bond's history. The whole game takes place while James Bond has been shot and is drowning in a river, and he's reminiscing about a couple of old Bond films, except Daniel Craig imagines that he was in them instead of the other Bond actors, which it's a little strange at times. You get a little Daniel Craig jump scare when you're being reminded, like, oh, right, that's right, we're Daniel Craig now instead of Timothy Dalton or Pierce Brosnan or whoever. But yeah, so we completed in the game's order Goldfinger, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, License to Kill, and Die Another Day. So finally, we will be doing Moonraker, which is, I guess, the end of the game. I'm a little curious how they're going to wrap things up and how this will tie back into the Skyfall timeline, especially because the actual Skyfall mission isn't in the game currently. It'll be interesting. But yeah, that's the game. So the way the game has been built so far, presumably it'll stay the same for Moonraker and I guess Skyfall, is there's been 2 levels. Got the weird sped up gun barrel with no proper music. I mean, the music's good, but it's not like the Bond theme. It's not the music that's supposed to play during the gun barrel sequence. There's been 2 missions per film. And for 2 of them, there was... I'm trying to think. Was it all... No, that's right. The, I'm trying to think. So, On Her Majesty's Secret Service had, like, the full-length level, and then it had, like, the 2-minute skiing chase level. And, oh yeah, Die Another Day had, like, 1 proper long level, and then it had, like, the driving level, which was short. But then I think it had like the final boss. I don't know. They had, some of them had like a 3rd little bonus section at the end. Like Goldfinger had the 2nd full level with the Fort Knox assault. But then you had like the epilogue almost, like the final showdown with Goldfinger as its own little separate thing. And I think Die Another Day had the same thing. They haven't been exactly the same. But as far as like the mission select menu goes, it's 2 missions per film. So... or 2 levels per mission, whatever terminology you want to use. And in some cases they kind of are more directly stitched together. In some cases they're more 2 wholly separate sequences. Like in Goldfinger you have like Auric Enterprises, or like the whatever sneaking, well that one's kind of weird because it's nothing like the film, but like infiltrating Goldfinger's operation is level 1, and level 2 is the attack on Fort Knox. So with Moonraker, obviously, you're gonna have at least 1 level that's like the final act of the film when they go into space and that whole shit. Like, that's the reason you do Moonraker. But Moonraker as a film is kind of strange because it's just an extended series of like skits and gags and scenes that has like, there's a lot of stuff in it. There's like the opening pre-credits scene where Jaws shows up for presumably no reason, where there's like this fight in the airplane and the whole skydiving without a parachute thing. And then there's a whole stuff in Venice with the assassins and the Japanese kendo guy. There's obviously the whole like him visiting Hugo Drax's facility and being like his first attempted murder in the G-force testing thing or whatever. But yeah, there's like a whole bunch of stuff in Venice. And yeah, of course they have like the big I forget if that's where that is set, but there's the whole like cable car fight with Jaws. So there's like a lot of stuff before they even get to the space shit. But of course, you know, that's That's the thing that the movie, like, that's the main crux of the film's premise and like its marketing and everything. And obviously, if you put a bunch of stuff from a bunch of Bond films in a video game, you put Moonraker in because you want to use the space laser shit. But I'm curious if it's going to be... There's a lot of other stuff they could do first before you even get to that part. So I'm curious what we'll actually see. But yeah, levels are generally very chunky and lengthy in this game. It's probably the one thing I kind of dislike about it, but it's kind of par for the course, I guess. Everything or Nothing is like the extreme opposite, where levels are like 3 minutes long, and there's like 30 of them, which is sick, but you know, kind of is what it is. I guess we will... Right, so... Trying to remember.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
What's up, Vinot79? Thank you very much for your Prime sub. GameSpawn nearing its end. I mean, it's maybe I'm in a unique position here, but I'm kind of looking with excitement for the end of GameSpawn. It's been a wonderful journey, but I'm also very relieved for it to end. Up C7. Pizza sounds good. It's you know, it's satisfying to have it done. It's satisfying to have it in the rearview mirror. Satisfying to have it, you know, the full completion. Yeah, it's actually turned out to be like the biggest project I've done. Even though it's fewer games than Batman, it kind of hasn't really been fewer because we did the bonus stuff and everything. And I think it's worked out in a different way, but I forget exactly how long Batman took, but I think Batman was closer to two and a half years, and that was like with a 6-month gap in the, like, kind of in the, not even in the middle, but like close to the end even. And this has been 3 years and change. I mean, I guess there's been a few gaps and breaks for a few months here and there in this project as well, but I guess I've also been like a lot more rigorous with like playing different ports and doing a bit more research. The whole, like, everything about it has been a bit more fleshed out, I guess, compared to the Caped Crusade. But yeah, like, these projects are a lot of fun, but they are a lot of work, and they're an obligation, which makes it really, like, just liberating to not have that sort of on your shoulders anymore, especially when you kind of... I don't want to do it as a thing every single time I stream, but anytime I stream something else while in the middle of a project like this, it is kind of pushing the project further away, and, you know, or the completion of it is pushed further away. So it's going to be nice to not have to, you know, consider that for a couple of months until I inevitably get excited about doing something new. But, you know, I say that, but we have the Prince of Persia port exploration lined up, ready to go, and I really want to, like, that was funded, that was crowdfunded as a subscriber goal during my birthday stream in September, and we haven't done it. So I didn't put a strict deadline on it other than, like, let's actually do it. And I have done a lot of prep work for it. It's almost just ready to go, but it's like terrible timing for GameSpawn because this is like the absolute last place that I would want to insert another project to fully derail this. Like, I could have done it over a summer break or something, but, like, yeah, now is not the time. So I want to finish this first, but I also don't want to have it looming over me like throughout all of spring. So I do want to get to it in the beginning of next year, because then of course we have 007 First Light, which I'm of course going to want to play. So for all intents and purposes, I'm still kind of booked through at least Q1 of 2026. But, you know, it's all in good fun. It's not a problem. But that like feeling of full liberation is not really truly going to be there until after First Light anyway. So Dragula's Hard Luck Return of the Heroes is an incredible game. I'd like to play that more. I've got a lot of stuff in my backlog, and that includes games I haven't played, so I should probably get to more of those. Yeah, Batman Robin PS1 is an incredible game that's also an unplayable mess. Spoiler alert, I did not finish that game, but we did give it the old college try. It's an incredible game, but not incredible in the sense that it's incredibly good. It's just, you know, bucks credibility. But it's of course a Probe joint, and Probe are like my favorite developer of games that I don't necessarily like that much, because they're often extremely ambitious and high quality. They're just sometimes also impossible and a complete mess, but they're rarely uninteresting. Looking forward to the Prince of Persia exploration stream. So am I. I'm extremely, like, I got myself incredibly excited for it as I started doing the necessary prep work. And it of course predictably ballooned into something much larger than I first intended. It was a whole thing of like, yeah, let's finally look at a few of those ports I haven't really played yet. And then I looked into it more, and it turned out that a good handful of versions that I had previously sort of dismissed as not really worth looking at, like, they're actually going to be worth looking at. So I think the list is at like 24 games or something like that. So it's like a, you know, it's not on the full scale of something like, you know, James Bond for a lot of reasons, but it's not going to be done in like 2 or 3 streams. It's going to be more than that. It's going to be like a solid, you know, if I focus on it, it would still probably a solid like month of streams. Especially considering I did commit to also getting the proper complete you know, playthrough of the Super Nintendo game, which is going to be a challenge. So I mean, for Prince of Persia, the game is by definition an hour long, right? So the principle I'm going in with is like, I'm not committing to finishing every game, but if it's like a good port, then it's going to control well, and I'm going to be able to finish it within an hour without much problem. But the ones that I won't be able to finish are the ones that are going to be a bit fucked. And at that point, it's like, well, if we play it through an hour and see how far we get, we should either complete the game or get a very good idea of how and why it's fucked. So we don't necessarily need to spend more time than that. Obviously, that doesn't mean the whole project is going to be completed in 24 hours, because there's going to be, I'm going to stop to chat for an hour, you know, on average for every game probably. And there's breaks, there's stuff like that too. But it's not, you know, we're not going to be stuck on any one of those games except the Super Nintendo one for like 6, 8, 12 hours, you know. So it's actually going to be, that's actually maybe the reason I'm the most excited for it, because whenever I do a project like this, inevitably when you do them chronologically, the games on average kind of do get longer and longer usually. So I look back at like the early streams, and it's like, it was the same thing with the Batman stream, where it's like Arkham Knight was like 7 streams, plus I did a bunch of off-stream grinding for all the necessary completion shit. And then you look at the early timeline of the Batman games, and it's like the first 3 games were in the first stream. So like having that forward momentum of going from one thing to the next, like that's what I like the most. And being stuck on the same thing for a long time really tests my patience. So on that note, let's get going. What's up, Doom Noob? There are many ports of Prince of Persia that are super jacked for a bunch of different reasons, but the Super Nintendo version is definitely not one of them. The Super Nintendo version is one of 2 versions developed by Arsys Software, who are absolute gods, and they're very, very good ports. Basically, all of the ports, all of the console ports at least, that were not developed by Arsys or like a direct adaptation of an Arsys port, they, as a general rule, kind of play like shit. Whereas the ones made by Arsys or based on the Arsys ports, they're great. So most other console versions are kind of fucked in some way or another. The Mega CD version is good. The PC Engine version is okay. It's not when I play the Mega CD and PC Engine versions sort of back to back, I was stunned by just how different they were, because in my mind they were kind of similar. But the PC Engine version definitely plays a bit worse. But it's still perfectly playable. Whereas like the Master System one might be the most fucked one, because it's just the physics are all super fucked up, but the Mega Drive version is also super broken in its own ways. Anyway, we'll save that discussion for that project. So, if I resume this game, I think there's a good chance that we will just be skipping cutscenes. So we're gonna do this. Mission select, and I'm gonna like not really look at the screen. There we go. So I don't spoil myself. Because this should let us see the cutscene coming out of the previous level. Let's start the timer.
Can I help you with something?
It's not too late, Bond. You can still join me.
Right, so we
Your efforts are wasted, Bond.
we finished reminiscing about killing Sanchez at the end of License to Kill. So we go back to drowning in the river and start hallucinating about Hugo Drax and Jaws.
The CIA confirmed that their agent, Dr. Holly Goodhead, is still missing. At last contact, she was investigating the entrepreneur Hugo Drax at his spaceport facility on the equator. They believe Drax may have stolen some of NASA's technology for use in his space tourism program. Your mission is to determine Dr. Goodhead's status and report back so we can coordinate our search efforts with the CIA. Good luck, 007.
Bond,
Okay.
I'm updating your smartphone with everything we have on Drax. Stand by for transmission.
Banner. Collectibles or anything back here? The fucking noisy ass phone calls with no subtitles, dude.
Zone A clear. Repeat, Zone A is clear.
Dudes here. I'm not sure how best to do the stealth. Well, that didn't seem to work very well. Not in like hardcore stealth mode where I can't shoot or kill anyone, but we've previously established dead bodies don't phase out of existence in this game. So clearing out an area by killing everyone. Yeah, I think they saw me. Isn't necessarily the go-to strat, as evidenced by what just happened here. I do kind of like the stealth in this game, but it's a little, can be a little annoying. The trial and error-y stuff, like in a sort of unintuitive way, you could say, like part of what makes the stealth good is also what makes it frustrating, because it is like kind of open-ended and elaborate, but it's pretty like there's a big challenge in like studying and parsing out the different areas. It's not always like in a lot of games, like what's ostensibly a stealth section is kind of more like a playground for you to just do your thing, but that's not really the case in this game. Okay, yeah, they know I'm here. Noise is a little annoying. But at least in this section, fucking up the stealth didn't make the combat encounter too terrible. They both had their back turned when the door opened, so I'm not sure if I instantly fucked something up there. But at the same time, the alarm was blaring, so, you know. Pretty good feeling rifle. But yeah, it does certainly appear as though we're going right into the space shit. No Venice mission. Oh, that's right, like Goodhead is giving like a speech or something in Venice. That's why he's like tracking her down there. Holly Goodhead bio part collected. So if you collect all bio parts for a character or an organization, we unlock their like 3D render artwork. So yeah, they have like these little props related to the characters. It's pretty fun. Like I like the collectible stuff, the XP system, like all those little things. They don't necessarily add a ton to, you know, the substance of the gameplay, but just like add a little bit to the experience. They're a nice like little fleshing out of stuff compared to previous games. Is that her? Just casually crawl up here.
I hope you're checking in with the CIA.
Who are you? What do you want?
Bond, from MI6.
How do I know this isn't a trick?
My only assignment was to find out if you were here. Enjoy your stay.
Wait. We thought Drax was stealing secrets about rocket propulsion. But it turns out he was after the bio experiments we ran on the space shuttle. I think he's trying to develop some kind of nerve agent, but I don't know why.
Maybe we'd better find out.
I thought you wanted to leave.
Things changed.
So I made an incredulous gesture there. I like that he just transitioned back into the crouch. Because this is like the second or third time in the game.
Unspeakable horror awaits you.
What up, So Crates? Thank you very much for 27 months. That's very generous of you, and I highly appreciate that. We've had multiple opportunities for Bond to introduce himself with his famous catchphrase, and he has yet to do so. I'm like flabbergasted, and I don't know, you know, it would seem logical that they just replicate the dialogue as written in the film, so it might just be because of that, but it seems weird, like, for James Bond, to not have come up. But yeah, obviously, she's one of these characters who do not have the likeness of the actor from the film. And she, you know, of course, she doesn't look like a 1979 lady, which, you know, bonus character unlocked, we got it. But it's like, you would, you know, I just assumed that it was her because she's like obviously not a scientist, guard, enemy, or anything like that. But, you know, you'd never recognize her from the film. This decorative wrench. But yeah, this whole environment in, like, we're kind of going back to the Goldfinger every damn time thing of like, yeah, we're taking some of the broad strokes and concepts from the film's plot, but we're constructing an entirely new environment. Like this facility, like the launch whatever on the equator, like I don't think that's from the film at all. I don't recall anyway. But it would seem that they're sort of transposing a bunch of the stuff from the Venice part of the film to here, so they're kind of truncating and squeezing things together so that we presumably at the end of this level sort of just jump on a rocket ship and go into space, I assume. We did cover this briefly, Socrates. Eurocom developed the NES version, which is very, very different. The Super Nintendo James Bond Jr. was by Grey Matter, and is a strange beast. Okay, let's try to figure out that does something. I wanted to see if there was some phone thing, but we're just gonna press this button and just open the biohazard hatch. Photograph. I love this adventure game shit. Honestly, come to think of it, I think Indiana Jones and the Great Circle would be like a pretty good template. Like, that's an awesome game that is also like, you could say that it's an action game, first person action, but it has a lot of adventure game DNA in it. And I think something like that would fit very well for James Bond as well. Like, there's punching and shooting and stunts and action, but a lot of it is sort of sneaking around and like finding stuff and investigating. I'm excited for the IO Interactive's game, and I'm sure that's going to be an awesome Bond experience in its own right, of course.
This is a restricted area.
I'll restrict you. Oh, the wrench wasn't purely decorative. Okay. All right, expose your livers or your jaw. That works. Got him.
No! No!
Right, yeah, so this happens in Venice in the film. Alright,
I'm going to
we're
vent the
fine.
room and neutralize the gas.
Seems calm. This. The two James Bond Jr. games are very different. The NES one is like really bizarre and has nothing to do with the show, really. But it's pretty elaborate and interesting, and got some cool stuff in it. And of course, it has the werewolf potion, which is like the single coolest thing in a James Bond game. No connection to any of the multiple Amiga James Bond games. The Live and Let Die game was a totally unrelated game that had the James Bond license attached to it. So maybe that's what you're thinking of. But it has absolutely nothing to do with the with either of the James Bond Jr. games. Oh yeah, let me this. What's our objective? Oh, I see. Actually, do we want to change our training modules? Oh yeah, right. I have to unequip. Actually, oh yeah, I can just purchase. I don't need to do this from the thing, right? I have a lot of points, actually. I'm gonna probably need the health stuff, but there you do get like XP for using all these different things, so I figured I might as well. Still not like drawing my gun, so. Oh, okay, we're just waiting for her. I see. I'm fully in adventure mode. I can't sprint or anything. I guess we're actually going this way, though. This is cool. I like this. Obviously, stuff like this is also going to be kind of maddening on repeated playthroughs. Like, that's one area where I think this game will really suffer and get kind of annoying. Because it has a lot of, like, unskippable stuff. And, like, narrative bits that are, like, pseudo-interactive. I guess it would show me the phone thing if there was something I could... But it's cool, like, going through the game once, like, the sort of boss fight, QTE, punch-out, cutscene integration, like, that stuff is all cool. But it's gonna get pretty tedious and unexciting on repeated playthrough, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, I mean, I opened this. Am I supposed to do something with it? Not always super clear. Like, alright, so... I have to just jump on top of this to collect it? Like... Clearly, I opened this to access this, but... Like, fully glitched. Like, sometimes there's been some weird, like, collecting or interacting with items that are, like, surprisingly finicky with, like, the range. Of course, I have to bio-scan this thing before I collect it.
James, we've got company.
I don't know what this music is that's kicking in, but it's weird how, like, the first few missions had, like, very, like, full-on fucking John Barry, James Bond film score music, and it was, like, pretty exciting. And it's not that this music is bad, but it's like it hasn't evoked the films in the same way. You know, maybe it's because these films have less memorable scores, I don't know. But I guess it's like it's adding to this awkward sort of anachronistic feel where it's not like, for some of them it's less like GoldenEye, or fucking every damn time Goldfinger, even though it's not set in the 60s, when you go to the Fort Knox, it kind of looks like in the film, you know. And for most of the other ones, it's kind of been that way too. Even, you know, Honor Majesty's Secret Service felt pretty authentic. But then sometimes it, you know, here they have like the yellow jumpsuits and stuff. Like they make some effort to make it feel a bit more like it should. But then they do other things. Open up? It is. To make it just like different for whatever reason. I guess I don't have any other weapons anyway, so... But I can, no, never mind. I still have all of the weapons from before. Alright, this is the... 10. Anything I can buy for it? Sure, let's get that. Wait, full auto and rapid fire are two different things. I see. Buy the silencer, just have it. So we're just fully fucking kit out. Go with a compensator, because I don't think we've used that before. The annoying thermal scope. There we go. Actually, maybe I want to... Okay, yeah, that's the one I want. Yeah, okay, let's go with this. Yeah, the most recent Indiana Jones film. There are bits of it that I liked, but it's also one of those films you watch it and go like, well, okay, that was a film. You know, I felt the end it was too old.
We've got to get topside to report this.
Back in Crystal Skull, you know, so.
Find out exactly what Drax is up to and stop him.
Him being like 20 years older doesn't really help anything. Okay. But it did, like, I did like the climax of that film a lot. It goes completely insane in a very entertaining way that I felt was appropriate for Indy. But it's like, I feel like I remember nothing about it, and I have like no interest in rewatching it. I mean, I don't have a lot of interest in rewatching Crystal Ball either, but I never hated that movie. It was just like, like a bit messy and like kind of didn't really need to be made. Got him.
Bond, this is really odd. Drax is supposedly selling day trips into space, but he's packing up enough food and supplies for months.
I mean, even Temple of Doom, which, you know, it's not you know, the most well-beloved film either, obviously has visuals and thematic, like, conceptually cool stuff, and like Harrison Ford's never looked better. Like, there's a lot to enjoy about that film, obviously. And I mean, there are things to enjoy about Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, for that matter, but it's still like, it's so obviously lacking compared to the original films. And Dial of Destiny, I guess, is also like the ratio of like cool stuff and interesting stuff is pretty, like, it's lower, but also the baseline of how things look and feel is also kind of just further removed. Then you have like 95-year-old Sala, and I guess the whole thing, what I don't like about either of those two films is not necessarily the presence of Marion, but like her importance to the story and to like Indy's life, I think is feels like a misstep. What's up, Taco? Oh, breaching. Oh my god, it's like the auto aim just like went fully insane there. The breach mechanic is from GoldenEye. It works really weird when you have this like scope gun, the way aiming works. Yeah, but like Temple of Doom is well liked in a lot of ways, but it's also like famously disliked for a lot of things. It's like the most wildly racist and weird, like imperialist kind of atmosphere and vibe to it. And it's also like people hate what's her name? Willie, for just being annoying the entire movie. Some people don't like the fact that it's kind of weirdly dark. And I think Last Crusade was definitely a kind of, not a response necessarily, but it feels like a movie that was designed to be like a crowd pleaser. And I think it is. A lot of fun. It is, even though, you know, I think all three of them have bits in them that are like extremely... I can't even see where fucking any of these guys are. Let's give myself some more health here. Reminds me of a very difficult elevator section in Rogue Agent. Stopping power of this isn't very impressive, but it works. So the breach mechanic has like been in this game like once before this, but it didn't really signpost itself very well. But it's like when you open up certain doors, or while you breach them, the game goes into this like super slow motion, and you can just like slowly aim and shoot the like 2 or 3 guys in front of you, and then after a couple of seconds the game like just like ramps up back into real time, which is cool. Creates like exciting, cool moments and simulate just that feeling of being super quick and badass. But when you have this gun, or you go into this like aiming, combined with the lock-on auto aim, so it was very disorienting in a way that's like not going to come across on just from viewing, but it felt kind of weird. Oh, I was expecting to have to mash or something, but okay. Biolab 22.
Do you notice anything strange about those people?
Aside from the fact that they're all just a little too physically perfect, as if they've been cloned.
What else?
They're training on secret equipment from the Mars space program. It doesn't add up. Why would Drax use long-term space protocols if his shuttle flights are only supposed to last a few hours?
So there was a phone indicator on screen. Work for that? No, I guess not. The whole distraction stuff is highly confusing. See, there's something I can phone here, but stuff you can interact with the phone is like weirdly difficult to find. Oh. Oh shit, I'm being discovered. No, it's just her casually walking around. So they do show like stuff being connected. Wait. There was a button prompt that showed up for a split second. It's related to this panel, I guess, but I guess these are just standard alarm things. The thing? No, just an alarm. Pick up what? Oh, Jaws biopart collected. I don't even see what I picked up, but something, I guess. Our objective? Follow the scent trail. I didn't realize that was a thing.
Why don't you push on ahead and see what other clues you can turn up?
Here. Get into some kind of stuff. Oh, I guess I'm not crawling in there. Can I go? Guessing we're heading into another stealth enemy area. Or maybe this is just locked. No, okay, I can go in there, but let's take the sneaky side path. I'm guessing I'm not killing these.
James. Not only do they have enough food and supplies to last for years, but there's a copy of a nursery we were developing. It's as if Drax is planning to have someone give birth in space.
Come on, keep going. Should we program in another 5Ks? 5?
Why not make it 10?
Guys, don't pay too close attention.
We gotta be at the briefing. What's happening here?
Oh, there was one. These guys, though.
So, time for 7 then.
Luckily, they're fully focused on their exercise.
Okay, 5. And no more.
Oh, I can create a distraction with this thing, I think. Yep. EMP target with the watch. To distract the two guys I just killed. Oh, red dots, that's good. But yeah, the stealth in this is actually like quite difficult to get right. There's a lot of little interactions that are kind of tricky to find and figure out, but I still do quite enjoy it, and I think it's like the stealth stuff in GoldenEye was not any better for being simpler, really.
James, I think you found Drax's office. Some of the doors in this section need powering up before you can open them.
That's the office. Ah, those are fucking miniguns. Probably don't want to get on their bad side. Well, let's hack this. Hack this fuse box.
Don't forget to activate the power supply to the door.
Is that what I'm doing now? Or... got some of these that are quite self-evident here. Obviously green's not gonna help
James,
there.
you need to activate the power supply to the door.
Or is the green gonna... there? Red there.
James, for some reason the security level has been increased. Be on the lookout for active sentry guns.
Oh, be on the lookout, huh? Let me see if I find any. I'm laughing because I noticed the map just filled up with red arrows. So, okay. Oh, that's kind of cool. You see little laser beams. Well, I guess you you just see them normally. Oh, I can't do. Okay. That red sign, I'm guessing, means I can't go through there anyway, so... okay. Assuming that guy is talking to some other person. We'll just sneak in through this door on my left. Actually, let's hang. Nope. See, the snap there is pretty extreme. Fuck. Noticed some. Did I did get the camera. Whoa! Okay, that laser beam was a bit more aggressive in its targeting than I expected. Don't mind me, the British gentleman. So yeah, there's like a whole bunch of stuff that you could potentially interact with that I'm just like missing out on and fucking up, but that's fine. Okay, so I'm presumably getting somewhere here that's gonna allow me to disable the sentry guns, like centrally. Not good. Guess I don't need stealth anymore. Assuming I can't just shoot the sentry guns. Oh my god! Or am I being caught between a rock and a hard place? For a sentry gun and a live grenade, as it were. I'm... Oh, okay. Yeah. Start. So... where did I go wrong? Like, even if I snuck my way through into that hallway, I'm not really sure how I would sneak past that sentry gun. So... a little bit of a mystery. I mean, presumably I was on the right track in terms of heading through that one door. It doesn't really look like there's anything else I can do here. A little bit of suspicion. Thankfully, this thing is completely opaque, I guess. In the shadows, I'm like slightly less visible, I guess. If you're sort of playing along with how the game wants you to do stealth stuff, it's like pretty liberal, as you can see. But it's not super easy or intuitive to parse the exact sort of rules of engagement. So the phone icon appears on screen when there's something within your vicinity that you can like interact with. But you have to really like get up close for it to sort of lock onto it and actually show you what it is. So I'm pretty confused here. It would seem like there's a purpose to getting in here, but I can't... Wait, hold... I saw a prompt show up for a split second again. But it's not for interacting with this. This kind of stuff is like strangely precise in a weird way. I could swear that I saw press X to something prompt just flash. Okay, that's not in this room, by the way. But can I can't even like the phone. Yeah, see, but I'm seeing it through the wall. But could I do something with it? It's like locking on, but I can't interact with it, and it only locks on from like a particular distance and vantage point. And I can't open this door. What the heck's the purpose of going in here? Can I like EMP it with my watch? No, I can't even see it. I'm like, I don't want to believe that there was no reason, like no purpose to going inside this little room, but maybe this door can be opened. Like it's connected here somehow, but not in a way I can seemingly interact with. Unless... Oh. Can I... Okay, well, I'm stumped. Let's go back here, I guess. That door's open. But I feel like it's popping me out right in front of those two guards. Red dots on the map right there.
We have an intruder! Guards! Over here!
Oh, I can't shoot those guys. Why? They didn't... Okay. Alright, so the cameras can see dead bodies. The camera turned red there. I did avoid the turret. But yeah, I'm still somewhat perplexed as to what, like, what was I supposed to have done to get through this? Anyway, now we're here, fully in alert mode. Unarmed bystanders is kind of an interesting mechanic. Oh my god. Well, let's head in here, and I'm not sure if maybe this will lock behind me. So, you know, as I said before, if I'd made it this far, then what? Because, yep, that's not an open, that's like not a functional door. Oh, the aiming is a bit messed up. The turret's gone back to like scanning. So I don't know if I can like just go underneath it. Let's try that. Grenade throws messed up. An open door on my left. Oh. Additional objectives active. Alright, so those are optional. Let's catch our breath here and figure out what they are. Find the antidote. Find the working antidote from the selection of samples. So we do get extra XP if we achieve the optional objectives. That might require a bit of extra exploration, I suppose. Yeah, stealth definitely difficult. Oh, this is pretty cool. It's funny how this, in essence, turns this random guard into, like, about an equal threat. At least in terms of, like, physical force as, like, some of the main villains or henchmen from the other films. How to analyze the beakers. Unknown mixture. Alright, so I'm guessing this is what we need to do to find the antidote. There's all the don't shoot me guys at the death gas lab. I think it's kind of neat. Like, mechanically, it adds something interesting too, where it's like people who can see you, but they can't hurt you, but also you can't hurt them. Alright, let's just tediously and laboriously hold X to scan a bunch of stuff. Oh, I can crouch, but I can't disengage. Does that one look different? Oh. Or E4. I guess they have, like, labels. So I'm not sure if I'm supposed to find a hint to what the correct label is. So that seems like work. Yeah, I can't disable the phone or anything. Like, I have to stare at that animation. Oh, I can... So I need to hold the button, and now with the progress bar full, I can let go of the button, wait for that animation, and then regain control. But it'll at least only let me scan each one once. Pretty sure? Once I've scanned it, should not be at the risk of, like, accidentally rescanning the same thing over and over. I hope they won't all just say unknown mixture, because I have yet to find some kind of data or reference point or something that I'm supposed to, like, compare against. Although I suppose if that was the case, they wouldn't let me, like, scan and dismiss all of them. But it does seem like the label is different. Oh, antidote for toxin. There we go, objective completed. That was not very interesting, but I suppose it's possible that it, there might have been a way I was supposed to do that. That wasn't just, like, brute forcing it. Oh, can hack something. I don't know what I'm hacking, but I'm logging into the computer. Oh, haha, this is what I was supposed to do. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. Oh, so they're like different colors. Oh yeah, I was just walking around with the phone. So I guess B3 antidote compound trials. Yeah, B3 was the one that cleared all 3 trials, and it's purple. I guess that was this one. Yeah. Okay. Oh, well, that was kind of cool. So you could, like, conceivably miss this whole room. Oh, that's extra XP in the bag. Right, so there's a turret right above us. Sneak away when it's not looking at us. Wait, hold X to what? Aha! Jaws bio part. Pretty sure we would have missed 1 or 2. Like the end of the line. Guessing we don't move past here. Okay, so I don't have an objective marker, but I pretty much had to go here, right? I'm guessing, like, there should be a computer or something that's, like, connected to the sentry guns. That's just a... Yeah, these are like speakers you can EMP with your watch to create a distraction, ostensibly. I've never quite figured out how it actually works, but... So, as far as, like, going this deep into this hallway, that could all be to get that objective. But what other way... Like, where else could I go? Because surely this whole... going this whole direction wouldn't have been... Like, now I basically... The only place to go from here is, like, going back to the office. Where, like, the checkpoint was. This vent would take me back there as well. I'm so confused. But I guess there's no... We're not seeing any, like, connection. So we shouldn't be looking for, like, a direct... like, hacking orange power line. But yeah, I guess... Because yeah, back through that door, we're back to Drax's office. Oh, that's right. This first log. What's up, Mr. Radon? Am I ready to receive my 00 status? I don't think so. I'm not performing well here because I'm struggling to figure out where and how to hack these sentry guns. Oh, the music disappeared. The alarm's still blaring, but... Traction speaker. I guess this whole area was just for that other objective, which I didn't even know about until I'd gone all the way there. So I guess we are going back here. Because that's the office, but it's locked in addition to the guns. And there's a camera and... Yeah. See, I don't really want to... And this is where we came from, mind you. I'm so utterly confused. Maybe there we can find some hints. So we hacked that like panel and that engaged the sentry guns. Where does that go? Hard to see. And this is just like an alternate route for getting into this room. I don't know what this phone indicator is trying to show. In here, oh, yeah, this is where I can see like the bulletproof. Where's it? I don't know. I didn't seem to take. Damn. I don't know. This is highly confusing. Next to pick up Drax Inc. Intel part collected. Well, we got that. Well, we got an achievement. I'm guessing that guy just spawned in this room. Yeah, pretty sure. Ah. So I went to check. Right, I went in here because there was like a phone icon. I don't know if the phone icon disappears if you found what it was referring to, which may have been this radio speaker or whatever. See if it pops back up here. It was visible throughout this entire little tunnel, so... But let's see here. So this connects to these two, like, sentry guns as well as the office door. But where's this wire? I guess we should try to find what this connects to.
Take up defensive positions.
Here's to go in here? Didn't see it.
Fire in the hole.
Oh yeah, it goes... So this is like the mystery secret room where we're like, what the fuck does anything... That's this cable from the center of this one. That one goes back to Drax's office. This one goes back here, and that's just like the alarm button. So that's not of any help. This goes here, which doesn't do anything. And goes up to these two sentry guns. And I guess this connects to the gun. Can't open this door. I cannot believe how confusing this level... Yeah, so you can go inside here. None of this is EMP-able. Can't, like, interact with it. Hold X to use. What am I... Oh my god.
I'll meet you by Drax's office.
So wait, can I can target these individual buttons and it shuts down the guns. It's so precise. It's like annoying because it's like cool that it would have this kind of granularity to it, but it's so unintuitive because you would never expect it, and it's like that'll unlock the door. Okay, now I understand. But we've seen so many of these panels throughout the game, and it never seemed like any of them did anything, but I guess they probably were all fully interactive. I'm like baffled. Like, this game is simultaneously sick and like weirdly confusing when it comes to a lot of stuff like that. Like, much like the stealth, it's cool that there's a bunch of stuff that really isn't dumbed down. I can't interact with this, but like, it's so unexpected.
James, I'm surrounded.
I'm just like a little baffled. But had it been clear that that was a thing, like, I literally stared at those panels like 5 times and I did not see, like, because the reticle didn't happen to align perfectly with the button, it didn't show the prompt. Alright, so those guns are in fact disabled, but according to the radar, this guy like right in front of me. Oh, there we go. Well, we got there eventually. Oh. Wrong button. Oh, I'm quite ready for this alarm to go away. Oh, pleasant. Pretty cool. I like these little villain's office exploration investigation scenes. There's been a whole bunch of those. Of course, you got to be careful to not accidentally trigger the
Find out what he's doing with that
progression.
pass. See if you can learn anything on those pods we saw.
Drax bio part. I reckon there's going to be some other piece of memorabilia here that we can collect. Looks like a secret panel. My controller batteries might be giving out.
Didn't this disappear from the Louvre several years ago?
Deal with that if we have to. Book. It's pretty sick, like you scan to see the exact book. Of course, I pull on it and I have no idea what actually happened.
We should look for fingerprints and other clues that may help us.
Huh. No, it's not the... If the aiming like misaligns.
We should look for fingerprints and other clues that may help us. James,
Whoa.
look. A hidden safe.
Yeah, there's been a lot of hidden safe, but what about this hidden panel? Let me slam this wall. If I can align myself perfectly, there we go. Aha! Hidden lore. Yeah, it's a little awkwardly finicky with some of those things in a way that can get a little annoying. Sure. Okay, I can't scan these. Maybe because we already opened the safe. Oops, wrong button. Hacking. Guess the safe is... we need to do. Probably missed some stuff in here, but that's fine.
Take a look at this.
Ah.
Ah, USB. Yeah, Hugo Drax just
This can't be.
furiously typing
It looks
apostrophes
like
and hitting
those pods are
enter.
designed to disperse the toxin from the upper atmosphere. It would kill millions, poison the soil for decades.
How many shuttles does Drax have?
6 that we know of.
Let's hope he wasn't on that one. Let's find him now.
Oop, level not over yet. Okay, so my controller is giving me the telltale flashing icon sign of batteries about to run out. But we'll see if I can... like, this level's felt like it's gone on for a long time. Just, like, I fucked around forever. But there might be a good chunk of the level still
This may
left.
be our only chance to stop Drax. We have to make sure they don't spot us.
Critical stealth area. Okay. This is going to be a while. So I'm going to pause the timer there. I am going to procure some batteries so I have them on hand so we don't have to get fully disrupted by that. But I'll just take the opportunity to go on a short bathroom break while I'm at it. I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, I'm back. Let's order here. Little Jag and Misfit dancing emotes would be pretty awesome. Yeah, it was something I looked into. Like, I wanted to do more Orlo jigging emotes, but it's pretty difficult to... I don't remember exactly how deep I looked into it, but I think I messed with it pretty quickly. It's both like I didn't have a super good setup in place to just like render out the animation like properly. I mean, that wouldn't be difficult to set up, but it would be a little bit of a time investment. But it's also difficult to get it to just read nicely as an emote and everything. But it's not, it's not the worst idea for sure. And it's not something I'm not ruling out the possibility of being able to do it, but it was deemed too much effort at the time I looked into it, at least. We should be good with batteries now, hopefully. So let's resume the timer. I almost forgot. And resume game. So now we're in a critical stealth area. That means
There. That's Drax down there.
discovery is an instant fail state.
Sequence for Moonraker 3. Moonraker 3, initiate final
Those lines
countdown.
on the globe, they look like missile trajectories targeted on major cities.
New York, London, Beijing. Everyone a target.
We have to get on.
Is that supposed to be New York?
Find a way to stop him. First thing we need to do is find a computer terminal.
Well, I guess it's the
I have an idea.
epicenters aren't exactly at the locations he's mentioning. Yeah, like right. Oh, London. Like, well, okay, sure. Gain access to server room. The critical stealth doesn't mean we can't kill people, just that we're not allowed to be spotted. Crazy here. Oh, like orange power line here to tell us, but bolt over there either. Almost certainly going to take a little bit of trial and error. Map seems to indicate a couple of sentry guns somewhere as well. We're not sneaking past that guy, but there was someone else patrolling here at some point. Thought. I mean, she seems pretty gung-ho. This isn't so bad. Go up here? I don't know where she went. Well, she went there, I guess. Clear the data sphere, okay. Are we still in critical stealth? Can we just fucking murder everyone in here? I'm a little unclear on the rules of engagement here.
Message received and understood.
So my reticle isn't turning red, so well, they've got jumpsuits. Oh, I'm kidding. Okay, so that's another control panel. Doesn't do anything. I don't. Seems a little inconsistent. The guard. That a thing I can do something with? I guess trank darts are probably allowed on these guys. I'm pretty sure there was a checkpoint when we entered this room, though, so... Orange still means suspicious. It doesn't mean discovered. It looks like he's holding a gun. Red does mean... Oh, he... Okay, still critical stealth. So it turned red because he found the body. Let's hope we start... I guess the outside bit was easy, but I hope we don't have to go through that every attempt. We're gonna have to go through that every attempt. Not only that, we have to fucking wait through this shit.
Drax.
Oh no.
We have to make sure they don't spot us.
Okay, this is gonna be bad. On account of doing this shit. Oh. Keep getting the buttons mixed up.
Those lines on the globe, they look like missile trajectories targeted on major cities.
Wasn't super smooth there, but yeah, so as you can see, this part isn't difficult. Clear path now to the to this room. But what do we actually do in here is the question. Now, obviously, pranking that guy on the other side of the room wasn't something I necessarily needed to do. It's not the way I did it. But I don't really have a clear sense of like how, like that's a guard, I guess. But I guess they're all guards. He's not dead. Fuck off. Like, it took 8 bullets. So when I got spotted, there were like 8 arrows or something, but I'm not sure. Like, I hope there's not that many people inside there.
This may be our only.
But it's hard. I mean, I guess I should use my phone.
We have to make sure they don't spot us.
Yeah, it seems like kind of needlessly cruel to have me do this over and over. At least I don't have to wait for her dialogue. Like, that would be terrible. Got him. But still, just doing this over and over every time is a bit annoying. So it's hard to say how many of those dots are people who are inside this room. Could be like just those 3. Which case, like... Okay, yeah. So, like, when you do it successful, it's like, oh, that wasn't so bad. But because I didn't have a clear sense of how close or far I was from actually doing it before, like, it felt...
Yes.
Pretty tricky. Oh, I guess there was dialogue happening. Daniel Craig's trademark. Yes. Luckily, there's not, as far as I'm aware, any failure state attached to this minigame.
I need you to find the network monitoring server. We need to shut it down.
Out of the way.
Watch out, a patrol.
Checkpoint network something something. What did you say? Well, we're no longer in critical stealth, at least. Oh my god. Fucking hate the way they just sprint at full speed, like between cover. So hard to hit them. Especially because they will like shoot you while they're sprinting. And they're like weirdly tanky. And your accuracy kind of is a bit shit, I guess. Okay, I got him. The weird acceleration on the analog aiming.
Good work.
Okay. Wait,
Server 7 is blocking access to the database. You need to shut it down.
do I do that with my phone? Do I do it with this? Do I shoot it? I think this would shut it down. Am I supposed to interact with it from up there? Find the staircase. Okay. Luckily, I've learned about this mechanic now. I have to be like through the wall.
Editing the manifest.
That'd be a whole thing, huh? God, this gun is a bit shit, isn't it? So I guess there's going to be like new waves of enemies in between pulling individual switches, shut down the server. Pacing of this is a little questionable. It's not dead yet. The spongy enemies is so like, it's not a matter of it being difficult, but it just like, it makes it so sort of unsatisfying and unfun when you shoot a guy like 5 times and then he starts running away and then he chucks a grenade and you shoot him 2 more times and it just like keeps going. It's like everything gets so dragged out. Okay, doors shut. So I need to be fine. Oh, maybe I just... Okay, maybe we did shut it down. I thought I needed to unconnect, disconnect all 3 things.
We're done. The new database is being loaded onto the system.
Okay. Well, that wasn't so bad then. I thought we needed to do that 3 times. Yeah, the lack of feedback on is definitely a little annoying. Like, that's one of those things that GoldenEye, like, it's such a weird thing, but it's like, it's got full-on, like, hit sparks, the original GoldenEye, I mean. And it does so much. Oh, wait. It's the hidden emblem thing? It is. Trial target shot. Actually, I guess that's a dip. That's not probably the... Well, maybe we'll see when we finish the level. Because I don't think those are, like, the hidden emblems. It calls them trial targets. I guess we won't see it now. Well, we'll find out. Daniel Craig's famous showdown with Jaws. Defeat Jaws, okay.
Leave him alone.
Oh, that's what this was for, okay.
Get away from him. Put me
Okay,
down.
yeah. I saw this as well. All these little conspicuously planted props. Right. Weapon melee stuff is a little weird. It's pretty good though. We've had Jaws boss fights in multiple games. This one by far the most movie authentic, for sure.
James!
Get your hands off me.
Welcome to Drax Space Enterprises. I suppose I should be flattered that MI6 would send such an experienced agent after Dr. Goodhead, Mr. Bond.
Personally, I'd be nervous.
Yes, spoken like a man who believes violence is the means to all ends.
And you don't? Or do you have some peaceful reason for killing off everyone on Earth?
You've heard of natural selection, Mr. Bond? Survival of the fittest? I'm sure Dr. Goodhead could explain. In either case, Darwin was wrong. I've decided it's time to clean the slate and start over, ridding the world of pestilence like yourself and Dr. Goodhead.
You're too late. I've already called in. There are troops on the way.
I think you're bluffing. But even if you aren't, I'll be long gone by then. You know, I had considered bringing the two of you along as breeding specimens, but you didn't make the cut. Take them away. Dispose of them.
Camera works pretty good.
James, help! Put me down! James!
Oh, I guess we gotta like escape the... Right, this is the
Ollie,
thing.
wake up. We haven't much time.
What? Where are we?
In one of the blast chambers. We've got to get out of here.
Alright, let's puzzle it out. Got any vents or anything? I guess the game's...
How can we stop the fan? Try overloading the power.
just... that's probably not doing anything.
James, you have to do something.
Yeah, I'm trying. I'm trying to understand. Oh, there was a...
James!
Yeah, Thanks. Yeah, it's gonna take a couple of attempts. Oh my god, I'm just terrified of where the checkpoint is. Like, the game's got a bunch of different, like... Okay, good. Best it could have been.
Find a way to cut the power.
Yeah, like I didn't aim precisely enough at the fuse box. But like, do I need to look for biometrics? Do I need to hack? Do I need to EMP? Or do I need to interact?
You've done it.
And it's like, how precisely do I need to aim? Those are the things you have like 20 seconds to figure out.
No! Trapped. James, over here. The vent shaft.
Do I get to help or?
Go!
Move over. Let me do it. Run.
Pretty cool though. Like full hallways. Hang on. Oh, never mind.
James, the door.
It's like, look, there was like a collectible or something. All right, we're pretty much. Yep, we're done. Okay. Guess I shouldn't have looked for collectibles. Let's see where we restart. Probably the whole sequence. I don't think there was a checkpoint in between. It's interesting. I think this whole level, you know, it doesn't authentically replicate the film exactly. This is a sequence that's from the film. It of course doesn't look like this or play out exactly like this, but they are put in this position and they have to escape it, and they, you know, crawl through the vent or whatever. And it's a bit overly embellished, of course, but that's fine. But I mean more like the build-up of this whole location and the level up through this point. Like they're kind of condensing a bunch of the film in terms of both the plot and locations and sequence of events into this one. Like they're taking a bunch of stuff from earlier in the film and reshuffling it and like placing it all in this location while also sort of expanding on how much is done here. So it does, you know, do a pretty good job of summarizing the film in like one. Like it's primarily based on the final act of the film. I was gonna say that's gonna look like a tight fit, but we made it.
That leaves just one shuttle. If we're gonna stop Drax, we have to be on board.
So it's like, you know, it's still missing a lot from the film, but it at least gives enough context for what we need as far as like what's actually in the game.
To blend in.
But I would expect, I hope anyway,
Here, this should fit.
Thanks.
that the next level is gonna feel more like this is a bit like the Goldfinger level.
It sure is cold in here.
Where
Can I help you with something?
it's like the broad strokes of the plot or themes and stuff that happens in the film,
Okay.
but it doesn't
I'm gonna see what
necessarily
else I can
look
find.
like any, you know, sets that you remember from it or anything.
You! Stop right there! This is a restricted area.
But as we get to the second part,
I
it
have
might
an
be more.
intruder in crew room 5.
James, catch.
Breach. Yep, there we go.
Damn, they're on to us. Let's get to the control room. We need to get to the control room.
Well, keeps going. I mean, I reckon it's not gonna stop going until we're on that shuttle. But I would have expected, like, the end of level cutscene to kick in by now. Yeah, I'm aware. I wasn't planning on stopping. We'll use these while we're still on Earth. These are so... I mean, even if I killed 3 guys with a grenade there, it's still, like, pure luck. I mean, for being like an original location that they made up. At least I'm pretty sure there's nothing quite like this in the film. Pretty sick.
We have to delay the launch of Moonraker 6. Cover me while I try to hack into the system.
Okay, I'm just hearing some kind of weird
James, you need to find a wireless data link.
omnipresent
Hack
voice.
into it and divert the power from the police arm.
I vault over this? Oh, more or less. Alright. I'm gonna need you to cover me. Wait, hold X to pick up. Bell for Drax Inc. Hold X to hack. Sony Xperia, don't fail me now. Is that bar going up good? Can't hack this. I think. I guess that was good.
We've done it. That should delay the launch.
Pretty satisfying, these big action scenes for like in this elaborate, you know, villain lair, like main banquet hall, shooting down like dozens of dudes in jumpsuits. Even if it's like not really from the movie.
We're running out of time. Find a wireless data link and hack into it.
Yes, ma'am. Can I get my gun out, please? Okay, objective complete. Third hack.
James,
Incoming. These guys just relentless. Really short on ammo. These guys should be dropping. Yeah. Oh, no more hacking, I guess. Oh, that was her. Done with shooting dudes yet, though. This means we're not done yet. Okay. Barrel attachment. That, I guess. Good. It's compatible. So you can buy upgrades per weapon type, but not every weapon within that weapon type is actually compatible with each attachment. It's just like on individual guns whether they're compatible or not, and the game doesn't tell you. You just have to discover which of the ones you've unlocked appear in this menu. It's a bit messed up. Actually, let me look at my... I have rapid health recovery, speed loader, aim down sights. Yeah, Let's stick with this. Okay, one final enemy gauntlet, maybe? Oh.
Look, the shuttle. We can still make it. We have to get to the shuttle.
Okay, I'm pretty sure we haven't used the WA-2000, so this is going to be some fresh
RPG.
gun achievement points. Of course, the sniper rifle means you don't get the auto lock on. Seemed like it might be. Oh, well, I guess I could look at the map. I was gonna say that looks like it would be like a side path, but no. Right, so we're getting closer. Do we get up? I have to take the most winding path here. Okay, where? Heal back up a little bit. I'm not sure if that blue beam was like a sniper indicator or phase laser or what. Those two guys go? Oh, maybe they dropped down. Clearly the game wants me to use the sniper rifle because there was another one right here. They do drop down. Like a fucking railgun or something. Interesting if that's supposed to be the Moonraker laser. But there are, according to the weapon list, I think there are two different. There's like a laser pistol that's separate from the Moonraker laser. Aiming as fast as I can there. I assume you can't eat shit. Zooming in. That one seems to be dropping. Oh. That definitely looks like a laser gun. A red laser sight up there somewhere. I think I ran out of sniper rifles, so let's just go with. Can I fucking? There we go. Don't get any of my attachments now, of course, because I abandoned the one that had them. But still, just the like the auto lock on snap. Makes it a lot easier to hit than with the sniper rifle, or a lot faster, I should say. Heard her mention RPGs, but Oh, there's an... Okay, yep. I see him. Alright, she's welcome to help out. Oh, there we go. Moonraker laser. Finally. I thought I was like not gonna be able to pick one up because I felt like I ran across like 40 dead bodies of dudes who'd had these guns without getting a prompt to pick one up, but finally here we go. Commandeer the helicopter. Alright, let's do it. Hold X to subdue.
Get out.
Can you land this on top of the gantry?
I hope so.
I can't believe how lengthy this whole level has been. Of course, we're not done yet.
Look, another one. RPG.
Can I? Okay.
I'm gonna try and take it. That was close.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to swap weapons.
Elevator, more of them.
The aiming and lock on is a bit tricky.
James, more men. Damn it, another one. I can't shake it. I can't control it.
I'm still not sure if we failed.
Going in hard.
Yeah, I guess not. Nope. Yep. Okay. I mean, this is pretty incredible spectacle. This is pretty fucking sick.
Okay. You have better luck flying this one.
All right, there's some
Come on,
James
hurry.
Bond smarm right there. We haven't had a lot of that because
Look, the pilots are by the cockpit.
for long they're not.
Scan rejected.
Let's do this.
Like, there's been plenty of dialogue, but not a lot of Bond, like, charming his way
I assume you still know
past
how to launch one
guards
of these.
or, you know, romancing
It's like riding a
ladies or whatever.
bicycle. You never forget. Here we go.
Minus 10, 9, 8, 7,
Dude, the completion time for this level is going to be insane. Even if part of that was getting lost, not understanding how to press buttons for like 20 minutes, but still. Stoic Daniel Craig. I was going to say before that, like, if enemies are getting annoyingly tanky and everything, like, at least the game's almost done. So there's only, I guess, one last level for things to, like, continue to escalate further. Yeah, 1 hour 20. Longest level before this, I think, was like 45 minutes or something. 75% is definitely the highest completion percentage we've gotten for a level. So we actually collected a bunch of stuff here. But yeah, you can see there. Level trials completed. Stealth trial, I assume if you get that, if you complete all the stealth sections. So target trial. We found one target. And I realized when I shot it, it's like, oh, I've seen these before. I just didn't really notice or paid attention to them. But they're also bonus targets. And the one target I shot was not a bonus target. So yeah, that confirmed my suspicion. 7 out of 9 bio intel collected. But I'm pretty sure we only got like 1 or 2 for Jaws. 2 out of 5 for Drax Inc. So I guess maybe we got all of them for I didn't feel like I got all of them for anyone, but I guess we got 3. I guess we got 3 for either Goodhead or Drax, and we got 2 each for the other 2 characters. Yeah, last stream we did License to Kill and Die Another Day. Moonraker's the final one. Well, before Skyfall, I guess, but we won't be playing that, but I have a video, and the Skyfall mission, the video is not like 2 hours long, like it's pretty short. So I'm guessing that part isn't as long as the others, but also the video I got of whoever's playing through it, I'm sure will do a much better job than I am. But yeah, let's continue.
Greetings to all. Welcome aboard your temporary home. Here in the untainted cradle of the heavens, we will create a new super race, a race of perfect physical specimens.
We have a laser confirmed lock on the target.
Come in, Tanner.
Bond?
One day, when your
What are you doing on
children
this frequency?
return to Earth,
I'm with Dr. Goodhead.
Tanner, this is Holly Goodhead. I need you to contact Felix Leiter. Tell him to launch Operation Steel Heaven.
Tanner, just do it. Trust me.
Automatic docking procedure activated.
From their first day on Earth, they will look to the skies and know that there is a law and order to the universe, and a God in heaven.
We have to find the poison pod control room.
So I guess it does make sense, like, considering obviously this part would be part of the Moonraker section, but even if you had like a Venice level, there's plenty of stuff you could do there, but you wouldn't necessarily, like, you would need some connective tissue of like the whole rocket launch and like them getting on the shuttle and everything. So I guess it makes sense to kind of build backwards from there. Like, you need to have that part. You can't just you can't just have a level in Venice and then there's like a cutscene. You know, I say that you couldn't. That's what they did in Quantum of Solace. But like, you see these like elaborate mission briefing animations while the characters drone on in boring mission briefing dialogue, just glossing over like major set pieces of the film. And then it's like, well, now we're here, and then we're like. Fucking in space. So I don't mind the way they did it. It was a pretty cool level for that matter. Alright, so I'm just unarmed, I guess. Critical stealth area.
Be careful, James.
I just follow her. I have my watch.
I need you to clear a path for me. James, take them down silently.
Moonraker Laser Mark II, I see.
I still can't believe we're up here in space.
Because yeah, I wonder about his path here, but I guess having it laid up like this, which is not at all what most of these sections are like. Like, if it was pretty straightforward. You can subdue them. That's interesting. That's pretty cool. But I guess there were no guards left, so you just punch them out. And the other space Aryans, they don't give a shit about this guy yelling for guards. Alright, checkpoint, please. Hey! Checkpoint.
It's locked. Hold on. Okay.
Not going anywhere.
That's unlocked it.
Wait, what's that icon? The info? Have I ever seen that before?
Processing alternate vectors. Begin tracking. Understood. Broken circuits and return to the maintenance airlock. This is where I saw somebody.
Gonna see the body, but if it's
Memory corruption detected in secondary database.
over here. We have an intruder.
No, you don't. It's pretty satisfying, actually, the way that works out. So, what the heck is this info icon thing? Like, is it even to do with the phone? I have no idea what it's referring to. Well, whatever. Progress. Checkpoints are pretty generous, that's nice. Funny how for this section we get like this target thing, like super... Can I just... Being extra safe? Guy's on the move. The lady with her attention focused on the panel by the wall behind me is not gonna... I might see. For these, civilians isn't exactly the right forward for them, but I reckon these can still like hit the alarm buttons, so they're not entirely without risk. Once we're in like the next room, it shouldn't matter, of course, but right.
This door is locked. I'll try bypassing the security again. Okay, try opening the door now.
All right, well that was hard. Let me try hacking. We're in. Okay. Point. Such a weird contrast with this like stealth bit here being so much more straightforward and simple than anything else previously. It's nice. It's a very comfortable kind of palate cleanser. But I'm surprised.
This must be where the pods are launched from. My god, there are so many of them.
Okay, this looks like something we're gonna have to actually do something with. Alpha, beta, gamma.
I need you to delay the loading process while I shut down
Enter the pod serial.
We can't let a single one of those pods launch.
My fucking Alpha 745.
Try entering the serial number into one of the consoles.
That was actually cool.
James, another pod is being prepared for launch.
Beta 164. I think I noticed this as we were walking. Was it 164? Gamma 261. This was cool.
Come on, we should disable the master controls permanently.
Lord Goaty coming in with the raid. I hope Pyramid Magic went well. We're doing some space bonding. The Moonraker section of 007 Legends. I don't know what she just told me, but I'm gonna hold X to open this panel and trust that that's a good thing. Oh, hello. That was pretty good.
I want those launchers fixed now. we're moving up the schedule. Ah, congratulations, Mr. Bond. You've managed to delay my plans, but you haven't stopped them.
It seems to me you can't pull this off without us.
Is that so? Tell me, what do I need a spy for?
Sooner or later, someone in this room is going to envy you, betray you, and need to be eliminated. Who's it going to be? The captain? The co-pilot? Or what about him? Surely he doesn't fit your qualifications for a master race?
Stop it. He doesn't know what he's talking about. He's lying.
Am I?
Enemy ships incoming.
Battle stations now. Everyone, get them out of here. I'll deal with them later.
I guess Jaws' romantic interest was
Jaws, you know I'm right. Let us go.
excised from this
James,
game.
we can stop him from firing on the Marines if we shut down the artificial gravity.
Alright, Jaws face turn. I was gonna say, like, yeah, let's disable the gravity and everyone just falls over. All right, there we go. 0G set piece. I was thinking we might get something like this. Achievement unlocked 0G. That's pretty good. That's pretty funny, actually. Use A to go up and B to go down. Left stick to use your boosters. I guess that means like floating forward. Yep. Laser pistol. This is pretty sweet. I can't avoid shit though. Is that my friend? I don't know who's who. I guess the Moonraker laser Mark II is like automatic. I guess she's got the more orange, reddish suit. That's Jaws. Okay, I see. I was like, I wonder why that person isn't dying. Oh, there are little green dots on the map even. Like, he's 8 feet tall, but it's, you know, when people are just floating around at a distance, you don't really have a scale reference. And it's kind of difficult to aim. No music or anything though, it's a little strange. Dude, I'm sitting duck out here. Gotta like align them so they're not in like full lateral motion. If that makes your lock-on targeting like really
USS
hard to
Lincoln,
use.
this is Agent Goodhead, code Red Knight.
Roger, Goodhead. We're locked on approach to docking hub 3.
Look at that guy.
We need you to deactivate the space station's defense systems.
Copy, Lincoln. Will do. Out. James, we need to get to docking hub 3 to open the airlock.
I'll take care of it. You stay here with Jaws and guard the central control.
James, don't forget your helmet and gloves.
It was very strange to hear Daniel Craig talking about Jaws. Like, ooh, can I upgrade my Moonraker laser? Or is this just for getting a helmet and gloves? Nice, I got a red dot sight. High capacity magazine. Is there anything that could apply here? A silence? Well, I guess we already have the ACOG scope, laser pointer. What else we got here? Full auto. I guess it's already automatic. Variables. That's going to be super annoying even if it does work. Fully purchased. I'm pretty sure this isn't going to attach to the laser pistol. Get this just in case. Speed loader is not going to be super important with the laser gun anyway, I don't think. So we could actually get one of these to get some extra XP for using different training modules, whatever they're called. Let's see here. Nope, that doesn't. None of these apply. That's not going to be good, because that's going to go into like the first person scope aiming, which is awkward. None of these other worked anyway. Well, red dot sight will be just fine. Secondary objectives: sabotage a cargo shipment, access a computer terminal in the outer ring, and release a shipment of Drax's cargo into space. That's pretty cool. We'll see if we... I won't go super far out of my way to try to do that, but... Wait. Ah. Well, okay, she did tell me. Gloves? Gloves? I'm wearing gloves. Okay, we're good. This is pretty sweet.
You need to disable the station's defense system so the Marines can dock.
Okay. What does that mean exactly? Do I do something with these? Do I... Okay. See. Sound is pretty interesting. So can I just float out into space here? Okay, we're friends. Yep. Man, this is cool. This is like an elaborately extended version of Nightfire's final boss fight. Frankly, I'm actually surprised at how... Like, I wasn't necessarily expecting... Like, I thought maybe they would do some zero-G thing. But I was not expecting it to be this extensive and elaborate, or, like... good. I do suspect, though, surely that this is going to be a significantly smaller and shorter level than the last one. It's not a bad thing by any means. Oh, right. So during that section, I might have been able to find that, I think I'm... Okay, so secondary objectives are still active, but... You may well miss it. Still alive. There we... You gonna hack that thing? Jaws.
We have to prevent Drax from restarting those poison pod launchers.
We have to find Drax.
Back to the pod control room. That looked a little weird. Are these like CIA space troopers who were fighting alongside? That happens in the movie. But it's a little hard to make out visually what's happening and who's who over here, but... Oh, okay. Wait. Is that a big hole in the floor that I can go down? Doesn't really look like it. Nope. Can I squeeze through here? It's impossible to tell, like, different characters from one another. I mean, technically, I guess their suits are, like, color-coded, but can't really make anything out, certainly not at a distance. And this is... I can see why they wanted to put this last. It's pretty, pretty spectacular. Wait. Well, wait, hang on. Did I miss something? Okay, there we go. Are there one or two Bond movies you wish they'd added to this game? There's certainly individual movies that would have had certain scenes that could have made for really cool set pieces. I think, given the sort of format, I guess I should say, not like limitation per se, but of having one per Bond actor. These were refined choices. Like, this is pretty awesome. So, like, would you have wanted Live and Let Die instead of this? I don't know, but you could have certainly made cool stuff from that film.
It's not too late, Bond. You can still join me.
But I'm not sure specifically off the top of my head, like, oh yeah, it's such a shame that this, you know, such and such isn't in here. I think Die Another Day was still a cool section of the game, even if the movie's kind of, you know, questionable. I would have thought that Tomorrow Never Dies would have been a good choice if they could pull it off for, like, cool set piece stuff. But you could have found bits and pieces from any of the Brosnan films. I think Living Daylights could have been really sick. Wait. I had no idea what I was supposed to be shooting at, so... I think it's almost like with Die Another Day, for example, like the opening North Korea bit could have been a big, like, set piece thing.
It's not too late, Bond. You can still join me.
So there's like plenty of sort of missed opportunities, you could say. But I'm not sure if there's like a highly specific film that I think should have been in here. Was this poison pod? Right, yeah.
Your efforts are futile, Bond. Join me.
Are they though?
I need reinforcements.
That's a... Oh, okay. Got it.
A foolish course of action, Mr. Bond. The toxin will eat through your suit and save it there.
Okay.
You in person. Please continue, Mr. Bond. You'll save me the task of dispatching you later.
Which... I can't see shit.
Bond, join me. Let us roll over a new
Did they put a pod in here? Dude, this is... I don't really understand, like, what the arms are doing. Like, I guess they're putting poison pods in these little...
It's not too late, Bond. You can still join me.
Like in the shuttle things. But then you start getting poison and you can't see anything. Oh my god, okay, so this is a extremely shit attempt here. So what got loaded where? Like, where is there a poison pod? There, I guess? But okay, this doesn't seem to work. So did I stop something? I mean, I didn't game over. Oh, is this what I should have been shooting at? They're picking them out of the thing in the wall and dropping them on the floor on a conveyor belt. I guess it's so hard to understand what's being transferred from where to where.
You'll never stop me. It's not too late, Bond. You can still join me. You got lucky that time, Bond. It won't.
So I guess maybe I shouldn't be shooting the pods until they're on the floor. Because it certainly would seem though the pods being shot is what's making the room filled with poison, which, you know, makes sense.
It's futile, Bond. You can't destroy all of them.
Well, we'll see. I mean, you might be right, but not sure where the hitbox is either. Could spawn up here. Oh, good for this, I guess. Or
join me. Together we can roll over a new civilization. Stop that! I order you.
okay. That went better this time. The corpse. Stop Drax. Okay. I mean, we had the laser machine guns. No, well, they're kind of... You don't get to see exactly how fast they can fire in the film, I guess. You know, it's a little embellished here, but not too much. I get in there? Aha. Hold X to plant bomb, if I could just align myself. But yeah, I wondered, Radon, as well, if the motivation for picking Die Another Day was that it hadn't been done in this kind of video game previously.
It's over, Drax.
What? You expect me to give up? Return to Earth to be tried by my inferiors? Never.
You were right. It's not too late. Together we could rule the Earth.
I think not.
Could you just hide in an airlock? Seemed ill-advised.
James, the space station is starting to tear itself apart. Quickly, James. We're running out of time.
Hopefully there's at least a checkpoint before this. Unless we just finished. I guess we finished the level. Yeah, that was a significantly shorter stage, but it was pretty sick. We got the elimination trial. I guess it's for killing enough enemies. Yeah, 9 objectives in this stage. There were 23 in the previous one. But yeah, like, I think Die Another Day is a perfectly fine choice to make action video game set pieces out of. It's just not a very good movie. So, like, for this kind of nostalgia trip, you know, greatest hits thing, it stands out a little bit for being, like, unanimously, like, not just the people's least favorite Pierce Brosnan film, but I think it's also probably one of the lower, like, rated Bond films. And I mean, Moonraker is also not very popular, but at least, I mean, it's very clear where they would have picked it. And I think they definitely could have, like I said, you know, Live and Let Die could have had some cool shit with, like, even though, you know, it's mostly really that Baron Samedi is a sick character and everything. Like, a lot of the plot with Kananga and everything is a bit, like, portrayed as it is, like, it's not necessarily the coolest stuff. But, you know, the speedboat chase stuff could have been cool. And there could have been some more of that, like, voodoo stuff, whatever. Like, that could have been sick. But really, like, I think a lot of the Roger Moore films as well, like, you could, since you're just, like, cherry picking sequences, you could, for a game like this where you don't have to cover the plot of one film, you can conceivably pick almost any one of these 20, well, there weren't 25 at the time, but 22, I guess, 23 Bond films and make something pretty cool out of it. Yeah, I'm not saying Moonraker was a flop, but just, like, it is widely regarded as one of, you know, it's not one of the most liked Bond films. Of course, much of why it is not well liked doesn't come across in this adaptation of it, because it's just a bizarre, like, parody film. And everything, all of the parts of the film that this game covers is the stuff that's actually good. Or, like, unassailably, you know, cool Bond action spectacle. It's just, like, the first 75% of the film that's, like, a weird, not only is it, like, goofy and comedic, it's just the storytelling is very strange. Like, it's like the plot is paper thin. It's weird because, like, it's got a good villain and it's got a good villain plot, but the way it's just so absurdly over the top in so many ways that, like, don't benefit the film, I feel like. So it's much more that kind of stuff than the, like, the concept of it or anything that makes people not like it. But yeah, okay, let's see what happens. We've completed we got 2 achievements. Presumably one of them was for, like, completing the game. So it's like, does James Bond wake up from his you know, passing out, drowning in a river back in Skyfall? Or do we get credits? Or, like, I'm very intrigued to see what happens. I'm gonna hit continue. Yep, okay. James Bond will return. Free pack of Skyfall missions will be available for download the second week of November 2012. And in, like, the second week of 2013, that shit's gonna go off sale. Alright, we did it. It's so bizarre. Like, we're gonna watch video of the Skyfall section. Yeah, this is just the strange sort of medley theme song that was used in the opening credits as well. Which isn't bad. It's kind of neat, but it's also weird that it doesn't really have a theme song of its own. I think this is about as close as we've ever gotten to actually hearing the Bond theme. Extremely strange omissions as far as Bond quotient for this game. Because it's obviously got a lot of shit in it. Like, the villains are well represented in, like, plentiful villain speeches. A lot of being caught searching the villain's office. But then you have, like, Bond, as far as I can tell, never says the line Bond, James Bond. The Bond theme isn't apparently in the game. I mean, I understand that that's like a separate sort of license, but it's weird that they wouldn't spring for it for this game of all Bond games. This supposed to be this like 50th anniversary celebration. To be missing that is like stands out a little bit. Yeah, so the game does have an opening credits title sequence. And music just ends and loops, I guess. This animation with the villains is like kind of cool, but it's... I never like these credits that are like part of the main menu, and then you finish the game and it just plays the main menu credits. Like, it doesn't feel... First of all, it doesn't give you a movie-like feeling, but it also feels very unceremonious. But yeah, thanks for the GGs. This was highly enjoyable. Very, very strange the way the game just ends. But I mean, but what else is it gonna do? It's not, the game isn't telling a story. It's just a selection of like missions. But I think they could have come up with a better framing device than the movie taking place, or the game taking place as like a flashback that happens during the opening scene of Skyfall. Yeah, story of James Bond hallucinating while he drowns, pretty much. And then without the Skyfall mission, that just flat out does not get any payoff. It doesn't get any resolution. So there will for sure be some kind of wrap up, you know, if you play the Skyfall mission. But at the same time, like, what's the wrap up is going to be him fucking waking up on a beach going, oh boy, I sure went on some adventures in my past. Anyway, let's go do a Skyfall. Like, that's not like a satisfying, like, it's a weird, like, it's a kind of setup that will not and cannot have any kind of reasonable payoff. Like, of course you can have a story being set within like a sort of flashback. It's not exactly an unknown dramatic device to like have a story start at the end and then you flash back and tell the story and then you catch up and you go, it's recontextualized. But that's not what this is doing either. So I mean, honestly, I think it's less weird. Maybe less weird isn't the right word for it, but it's less upsetting, certainly. It's less disappointing than Bloodstone, which just ends on a weird, abruptly set up cliffhanger instead of having an actual ending. This, arguably even more so, just stops, but the whole game has been so, you know, episodic that it doesn't seem so strange. It's just, you know, you could have you could have set these missions in any order. They put Moonraker last because it's like the highest degree of spectacle, which makes sense. I don't mind that they did that. But there's no narrative through line that takes you from one to the other. Like, there's Felix Leiter showing up for Goldfinger, and then like him being established makes some sense of connecting to, like, it's so funny though the way they do it, but like On Her Majesty's Secret Service of course ends with Bond's new wife being killed, and that makes him like flash back to Felix Leiter's like wedding murder situation, which is like very goofy the way they like connect those dots. But that, you know, at least pays off having been introduced to Felix Leiter previously. So there's like some degree of setup and sort of a dramatic connection between them. But it still doesn't really matter. And Moonraker is just like completely you know, it's not connected to anything. And it's not like, it doesn't feel like they picked those 5 films in order to tell some kind of connected narrative. That's just like a sort of byproduct, but it's still, I think not having the framing device and like having it be straight up episodic, I think would, like, that would have been fine. Like, and you could even have it be, I mean, obviously there's plenty of other reasons they couldn't do it that way, but playing as the different Bond actors in each respective film, like the idea of having to do this like package and like timeline flashback thing, like it doesn't add anything in my opinion. Yeah, like exactly, Tiger Scudder, just like having like anything that actually connects these segments to each other, I'm just kind of groaning and rolling my eyes at. But individually they're sick, so like it's weird the kind of need to like connect them that way. Like it does more harm than good. Yeah, Hoffman, we'll certainly, so I think before we do that though, we should watch the Skyfall mission. I think the video was like 20 something minutes, so it's pretty brief, which makes sense as like an add-on thing that it would be shorter than these other segments, but still also probably shorter on account of whoever's playing it in the video I have doing a better job than I did. I think it's an interesting idea, like just having this video game that covers a bunch of different movies in the film series and sort of cherry picking the cool bits. Like honestly, I think what I would have preferred would have been like making every segment half as long or even shorter, but having like 5 more movies. Now, of course, this stuff, like all the animation for the cutscene stuff, like if you think about game length and like how much work it takes to produce each like minute or hour of gameplay, by adding more films, they're cutting a lot of the stuff that's easy to extend, and they're adding the stuff that's the most difficult and expensive, I would imagine. Or, you know, because it's more bespoke, right? You build the game mechanics, you can build levels, and you build one level and you can kind of expand that level. You use the same art, you use the same assets, you can, you know, it's cheaper to make one level that's an hour long than it is to make 3 levels that are 20 minutes long, you know? That makes sense. I can see why they didn't do that, but if I'm allowed to just imagine, that would have been really, really cool. And it would have been really fun to just have this, like, you know, James Bond memory lane fun time video game that just is. Ideally, you would do something for each and every one. That would be even sicker. But yeah, having this sort of framing device, I don't think is particularly helpful. I think that I'd honestly be hard pressed to pick a favorite segment in this game. I think they were all cool. I think maybe Honor Majesty's Secret Service maybe was the weakest. Like it was arguably the one that's like the least of a departure from the film. But it wasn't that exciting necessarily. It had some annoying bits like the helicopter turret sequence. It's kind of weird that it's got like the wrong Blofeld. License to Kill I thought was awesome just because I love that movie, so it was like cool to see, even though it like the whole like pyramid temple level was not that great, but the car chase shit was so sick. And getting to fight Benicio del Toro was pretty awesome. Even the whole like big stealth infiltration level I thought was actually cool. And yeah, Die Another Day was cool too. Like the fight with Gustav Graves in his fucking plastic robot suit shooting lightning bolts at you and everything. Like the whole airplane bit. I was impressed for a game like this to have these like unique set piece things. Because I feel like I didn't expect this to have like such high production value in general. Especially compared to the other Activision Bond games that didn't really feel... Like compared to the EA ones, the Activision ones generally felt like they were a bit... not low budget certainly, but just kind of smaller in scope and or production value. But this has like tons of elaborate cinematic stuff. It has... Like, it's not repetitive, really, gameplay-wise. It has... Like, I was surprised when we had multiple, like, driving segments, and then we had the, like, basically the entire final level being the whole, like, zero-G stuff. Like, kind of... I mean, it certainly had the reused melee combat stuff that's a little bit goofy, but it still... On top of that, had, like, unique sort of mechanics and situations for boss fights and everything. Just a lot more cool bespoke stuff than I expected, and it's certainly a much more interesting and engaging approach to that stuff than we saw in the GoldenEye remake. So yeah, I think this game is really cool. I really liked it. Obviously it's not, you know, the most satisfying conclusion, but like I said, you know, it doesn't matter because they're each... You know, I guess it would have been nice to see like the narratives like don't really get super conclusive. Like, you know, with Goldfinger you do get the little scene on the plane with the final showdown with him, and that's cool to see, but you don't necessarily, like, I don't know, there's that little bit of post climax wrap up, you know, something after. Like, especially for being the last one here, just having it end on that note of, oh, you know, Drax died. But we don't get that, you know, that one scene at the end of every film where Bond gets, you know, picked up by a tow truck or, you know, getting tractor beamed back to Earth or whatever the fuck it is while he's making out with some lady. While Q is, like, lecherously spying on them or whatever, you know. That scene to sort of, you know, put a little bit of a bow on it at the end. It feels a little strange to not have that in any way. But of course, you know, I understand as far as like the production value for the cinematic stuff. I'm impressed with how much stuff they did put in the game. Because it's a pretty, you know, low return on investment, I guess, if you want to put it in those terms, for adding these extra scenes, especially if they take place in locations that aren't really seen in the game. They need unique animation and everything. But having something, even like the original GoldenEye, right, where you just get this rotating, like, orbiting shot of Bond and Natalia making out in the jungle, Like there's like those 2 seconds of closure to wrap things up, and when you don't get even those, like it does feel a little abrupt. So I'm a little bit annoyed right now because these credits go on forever, but now I kind of, you know, we've sat through this much of it. Hopefully they're almost done. At least we know. I can go back to the spreadsheet here. James Bond Will Return was something they put at the very beginning of the credits instead of the end, so at least we don't have to sit through them to find that. Original score, theme, David Arnold. Interesting. It was in fact not Daniel Craig. Because it's weird, because he certainly didn't sound like he super sounds like him in places. Michael Lonsdale, that is the actor who played Drax, is it not? Or is it? The name looks familiar anyway, and he certainly sounded accurate. But yeah, so Daniel Craig has done the voice in other games, and it didn't not sound like him for some parts of it, and then for some parts it definitely did. He did definitely sound weird. But I mean, good job. To me, it didn't really stand out. Granted, I don't think Bond himself actually has that much dialogue in this game. He gets talked at quite a bit. That's interesting, though. Yeah, Zhao is the diamond face North Korea man. How long are these credits? Pretty long? Yes, there we go. Licensed music. Goldfinger and Automation Secret Service. Those themes are like very, like, yeah, they licensed those 2 themes that are like woven into, and that lines up with what I was saying. The music for those sections of the game was like, oh man, this is awesome. Like this music, like they really capture the feel. And then I didn't feel like that for the rest of the game, and I wasn't sure if the original score from the other films just weren't as memorable. But no, it turns out, I guess, that they didn't actually use any of the score from the other films. That's like strange. I understand that the music licensing is always very tricky, but it's weird. It's still weird. But as far as the voice cast, I think it's mostly good, if you know, at least fine. Because it's like the handful of characters whose likenesses that they did not get. That's way more distracting than the voice cast. Like Jinx being some white girl like that. That really sticks out. So I'm pretty sure Felix Leiter is like some made-up guy. Because Felix Leiter's mostly been played by different actors in every movie. That would give them so much creative freedom to just not pick any one of those actors, so I'm assuming that's the case. But there was Tracy's dad in Automatic Secret Service did not have the actor's likeness. Jinx did not, and Holly Goodhead didn't. But I think pretty much everyone else. And of course, there were certain other characters that I guess just weren't in it, like the girl from Moonraker, like Jaws' love interest. They just like cut her out. Just I don't want to say that it's for the better, but it's like it's understandable, I guess, given the tone. Okay, credits just done. They don't end. There's just no more text in the. Oh, there we go. That was pretty weird. So these are like the bonus character, whatever, that we unlock. So this is super weird. Like, it's like it stands out so badly when it's like the character model looks good, but it's clearly not her. I don't think. I don't remember really what she looks like, but she does look familiar. These are going to be difficult to collect. Organization, intel, shoot all the 007 bonus targets. Like there's a lot of shit to find and collect in this game for sure. Do you guys want to watch the credits? Oh, customizable mission. This is like full on fucking MI6 ops. I didn't even realize this was in the game. This drove me kind of insane trying to do it in GoldenEye Reloaded, so we're definitely not gonna bother. But I didn't even realize this was in the game, so that's like even more stuff. Like this game is, relative to all the other Activision Bond games, I feel like this game is like chock full of stuff. Kind of cool, but we're not gonna bother. Yeah, so if you have the DLC, Skyfall is there at the bottom, but we don't, so we're gonna have to do this the other way. This is, I think, intelligence. Oh, right, okay. So this is the stuff you actually collect, and by collecting it, you unlock that, like the artwork stuff and whatever. Yeah, there's Felix. Yeah, so Pam, yeah, she has like the likeness too, and she's in the game for like 2 minutes, if that. Like she's in it a lot less than Holly Goodhead was. Yeah, there's Halle Berry. Old Jaws. Yeah, so we're missing one each. So yeah, this stuff being in the game is like kind of cool too. Anyway, before we do the spreadsheet tier listing type stuff, we're gonna turn this off and turn our attention to the video I have prepared, almost prepared, for the Skyfall stuff. Let's just this. I think we can all agree Jaws is the best of all the strong henchmen. I don't know. I mean, he's pretty goofy. I mean, I don't think he's cooler than Oddjob. And I think his stock definitely goes down quite significantly if you consider Moonraker, where he's like turned into a complete joke. But I mean, he's it's a memorable character. Anyway, let's see here. There we go. So here's a video I was able to grab of the Skyfall mission. 2 levels. And I think this, yeah, 21 minutes. So presumably, by the way, this doesn't seem like it connects at all to the whole drowning situation, but we'll maybe play. I don't remember the plot of this movie really, so or the order of events for that matter. So I guess we'll find out.
They're dead.
Patrice is on the roof.
I'm going after him. You follow in the car.
To Patrice. I've got some rooftop jumping, I guess. Looks a lot like the opening bit in Quantum of Solace.
up with Patrice. Don't let him escape.
I want to say there's been other games that have had similar levels to this, but I can't remember what they were.
James, I'm following in the car.
For all I know, there may have been some opening cutscene that was just not included in this video. I guess I cannot rule out the possibility, but again, the whole like narrative framework is kind of weird anyway, so it's not like it's more or less explained. But like I said, I don't remember the timeline of the film anyway, so this might well lead to like this could very well be end up on top of a train and getting shot, because I'm pretty sure that was Moneypenny talking at us. Can't remember which one, but the game with the Opera House mission had something like this. Yeah, that's Quantum of Solace. Which is weird because it feels like that was so long ago.
Be careful, James. I think they're preparing an ambush.
They even had like the DS Quantum of Solace with the rooftop jumping and stuff. Yeah, of course, we've talked at length about this in the previous streams, but this game is truly baffling. Like, it's just how poor the critical reception was of this game. But it's also an interesting kind of zeitgeist, sort of a time capsule, because I think any game that gets like, not any game, I guess there are games that are just flat out really bad. Yeah, there's some edits there, which I'm grateful for. I don't need to skip menuing, fucking around. It's pretty cool though. Like,
Watch out, James. You've got reinforcements.
a lot of the time you can see like just the general tastes and sensibilities reflected in the critical reception of a thing. I mean, I think it makes sense, and it would kind of go without saying really that nothing is like, media is not released or consumed in a vacuum. People bring their own you know, feelings and thoughts and memories and values and whatever like into it. And I think, I mean, comparing this to like GoldenEye Rogue Agent, I think Rogue Agent is like orders of magnitude worse in a long list of highly specific ways. But the things that would make a game like this poorly received, I think, were also true for that game, in terms of it just being, there's being some like kind of fatigue. It feels, you know, it's kind of diminishing returns of similar stuff we've seen a million times, coming out in kind of a crowded landscape of similar kinds of games, and not necessarily like bringing much new to the table. But this is doing so with all this like panache and confidence and coolness, like fucking motorcycle driving mechanics. Like, how fucking crazy is it that they went to this effort for this little bit? It's so fucking cool. Fucking motorcycle rooftop jumping. This is like the sickest shit you can do in a video game.
Where's Bond? 007 is following him across the rooftop. James, he's jumped onto the...
Like, this is incredibly awesome. Like, I reckon this is pretty much using the same stuff as the like snowmobile level or ski, whatever it was, like the Honor Majesty Secret Service gimmick level. But I'm still like kind of shocked. I was not expecting this. Like, they didn't need to put this in the game, but they did.
James, I'm following in the car.
But yeah, so it's fascinating to see or to just kind of speculate on what
James, on your right.
What would have contributed to people being so primed to just not be on board with this game. Because I feel like it's more that than anything.
James, I'm going to try and get ahead of him.
Pretty funny. I do wonder if this is like spliced or edited in any way. I guess I don't know what difficulty level he's playing on either, but it seems more forgiving than I would expect for those kind of repeated fuck-ups, just based on how some of the levels went when I played. Obviously, it makes for a smooth viewing experience like this, and I'm glad it's not like full-on slouchy. Oh, well, there's a train. Makes sense. This is fucking sick, though. No, I mean, I don't have that much to add to the discussion. I'm just saying, like, it's interesting to kind of ponder. We've talked about it a bit, but I don't have any more insight. Some people helpfully found AI hallucination summaries, which I don't really think added anything either, but like, oh, the critical reception was bad. People complained that it was bad.
Bond and Patrice are on the roof
Like,
of the
oh,
train.
all right, okay.
We'll get after them.
I think one or two people pasted like quotes from reviews in chat or whatever. Yeah, see, 9 minutes. That was a pretty short level, but it was like a kind of a gimmick action chase level. That was a good. See, I wish more levels in the game were like this and not like 40 minutes. But yeah, I think it's more to do with people just not going into it wanting it be good, I guess. I don't know. But at the same time, like, if I'm reviewing this and I'm probably reviewing, you know, the latest Call of Duty, maybe not the same week, but I mean, this came out in October and Call of Duty would have come out in, I'm assuming, October or November. And you probably played 5 other first-person shooters in the month leading up to it. So it's interesting that this was not at the end of the first mission, by the way. But it's like at the beginning of what's next. Although I guess this is technically... This is like a little transitional segment. But we'll see.
I'm ahead of the train, Mum. What are my orders?
Eliminate Patrice. He must not get away.
So I guess probably...
I'm in position.
Yeah,
now.
so I guess this is like the
Lining up
opening
the
scene.
shot.
Because I remember this like being at the very beginning of the movie. So I guess it makes sense. Obviously, this is not like the opening shot of the film. The way it is like in the game.
Take the bloody shot. Now.
But what we saw, presumably, was a version of like the pre-credits sequence, you know? So they just expanded that and made that the level. So I feel like for this to make any sense, this level should have been the first level in the game. And then you get the entire rest of the game, and then you pick up here. I mean, it's still weird and dumb and pointless, but... This is like after he has had all these flashbacks, like, oh man. Remember when my wife died? And also that time I went to space. Also, I went ice driving, dodging orbital lasers after fighting like fucking Kamen Rider armor Electric Man. Anyway, should have this wound looked at. It's, you know, the whole framing thing is so strange.
Patrice will be on the 67th floor. Good luck, 007.
So we saw this in the menu. The second mission is Shanghai. Which, I mean, yeah. That's a section of the film you could turn into a video game level. But it's also strange. This is a game I just feel like I would love to get some insight into how this game came about and what led certain decisions to be made the way they were. Because in the context of like representing each film, this is a strange, like, this feels very explicitly like they wanted to not cover any of the actual plot of the movie.
Find Patrice.
Which makes it all the more strange that this was like a post-launch thing that only came out after the film. So the game launched, the movie comes out like a month later, and then once the movie is out, they add this stuff into the game. And yeah, like that's the thing. Like I could very easily imagine that was not necessarily... I mean, that wouldn't have come as a surprise. I'm sure that would have been like negotiated and figured out well ahead of time. But yeah, this is cool. Like this is actually like a cool representation of this scene. Like a full shootout boss fight with a life bar, like this wasn't in the game. Like there was no boss fights that were like that. Okay, weird little edit there, but that's all right. I don't think we missed anything of importance. Yeah, this is like shootout duel. There aren't boss fights like this in the rest of the game. That's sick. But yeah, like, you know, the actual main plot of the film is not featured in these two segments. Which kind of makes it feel like they could have just had this... Like, because the opening scene doesn't, you know, it doesn't have any story. You don't learn anything. And then this is just a follow-up to, okay, we track this guy to Shanghai. We have a fight in this cool glass room. And surely this will be like the end. Like, there's not going to be, like, he's in Shanghai for longer doing more stuff in the film. Because he's in that, isn't it that whole thing with the club with the Komodo dragons and shit? But that's not in here, I guess. So it's a very strange, like by like having it held back, it creates like a degree of expectation that this is not quite living up to. on top of the fact that like all the other 5 chapters are very specifically like the broad strokes of the plot and / or the climax being like condensed to a mini video game. So I thought for sure before I had seen any of this, I figured like, oh yeah, so surely like one of the levels is gonna be the like, you know, standoff at Skyfall, like the climax of the movie. But nope. So yeah, and I'm sure a lot of that would have come down to anything. I mean, from my understanding, Eon are not known for being super easy to work with. So I'm sure they would have had a lot of demands and a lot of like they would have been pretty particular about a lot of things, I would imagine, but triply, quadruply so for anything that's like this new movie. Like they would be protective and you know, specific about certain things about the older films, but for the new one it's like even more so. But in terms of what they could and couldn't cover and how and you know how much of it was the, you know, Eurocom's choice, how much was Activision's choice, how much was Eon's choice, like in terms of what's in the game and how it's presented, and you know, the order of things, the framing of things, the use of certain characters and likenesses, and you know what could have been intended or planned for this game, but
Patrice is taking aim, 007.
never, you know, was never made or was cut. Because there's always going to be stuff like that, whether, you know, at every stage of the process, really. Like Rogue Agent is fascinating because even included in the game, there's a bunch of like concept art that tells a tale of an extremely different game than the one that was actually eventually released. And that game had like a, you know, kind of a, it might be a stretch to call it a famously troubled development, but like it was clearly in a lot of problems, having a lot of problems, and very much shows. But the interesting thing is like it doesn't even, the stuff that's missing, like the final game doesn't even resemble the game that's implied by a lot of the concept art, because it's not just a matter of cool scenes that didn't end up in the game. It's just like conceptually how the game, like what the game is, and what the different like villains, kind of the role they play in the story, and how the main character aligns with everything. And this is sick. But still, you know, for as much potential as you could say that this game didn't reach,
Do you have an update?
it's still pretty sick.
Patrice is dead.
Well done, 007. But there's still one piece of unfinished business. About your injuries. You should know that I ordered that agent to shoot. Even though she didn't have a clear shot. I'm sorry.
Don't say it. You did what you had to. We all do what we have to survive.
Very well, 007. Mr. Tanner will be calling you with your next assignment.
Is this like the payoff?
Good luck, Bond.
Bond here.
All right, yeah, that was pretty goofy. I mean, I would have loved to have played those levels because they both looked cool, but you know. All right, we have the whole, well, I was gonna say the whole credits, but no. 5 seconds of credits. Well, I picked a good video because I think that condensed everything we would have wanted to see quite neatly. So thank you Whoever did that. I'm glad we got to see that, but I don't feel bad about not getting access to the DLC. I'm especially glad that I didn't choose to try to play through the PC version just so we can get access to that, because that would have been a nightmare with the bizarre mouse aiming and everything else. So this ended up being as good of an experience as I think it was ever going to be. Yeah, it feels like it was meant to be bookended. Yeah, and then it like didn't work out that way. But it's funny too that like it's not like they patched it. Because that's the thing, right? Like they could have conceivably done like a title update that would just unlock those levels and place them at the beginning and at the end. I mean, I guess they, you know, people would have played it. Statistically, it's even possible that most people who bought the game would have finished it before this came out, right? Because it was like, what, 6 weeks or something between the game launch and this DLC stuff coming out. I feel like it could have been integrated better, but ultimately it's such a tiny part of it, and the framing device of the game being a flashback while his being drowning in the river is like such a stupid, pointless thing that it really doesn't matter. Like them pulling that off slightly more according to plan, you know, it wouldn't really have made that much of an actual difference. Anyway, we'll have a few quick things to do before we wrap up. We're running a little bit late here, so we're going to try to be efficient. I mean, timing worked out pretty nicely, though. Can't complain. Let's see if we can spreadsheet action going here. So we can certainly zoom in a bit here. Mission 50, 007 Legends. Mission status. Completed. Completed. In 8 hours, 26 minutes flat. Is there a link for the spreadsheet? There sure is. You can type an exclamation mark followed by 007 and you will be provided a link. Of course, I don't remember the names of the difficulty. We'll just say completed the campaign on, I'm gonna call it medium difficulty. I'll check back. Not including the Skyfall DLC mission. And of course, we'll add the YouTube links and everything. Actually, the parts 1 and 2 are already up on YouTube, so I can just add that after the stream. And this means that we can also unbold this and we can make it green because it is complete. Full game list plus 6 bonus mission completions, and we are now at sub 300 hours. But I have a feeling that GoldenEye for Xbox Live Arcade will not be completed in an hour and a half. So it will go over 300 by just a little bit. But that is indeed up next. GoldenEye 007 Xbox Live Arcade will be played after Mission 50. That is now. So it is now up next. Will we start this on the next stream? I don't know. Depends a little bit on how the mood strikes, I think. So it will be the next and actual final James Bond game. You know, we'll be playing First Light eventually, but that's, I don't know, that's James Bond Gaiden, I guess. But we also have the Bond quotient thing to look at. So of course I have been updating this as we've been playing the game. So this should be pretty quick. For those of you who are new or confused, this is the statistical data-driven analysis for determining which is the most James Bond of all James Bond video games by tallying up whether these, you know, commonly recurring elements from Bond films are also present in each game. So I'm giving a full point if it's present, and sometimes we give fractions of points if something is kind of there or in spirit and not quite. This will provide a quote-unquote raw bond quotient, but these numbers will be updated because currently every single thing here is equally worth 1 point. So this is just a sum of all these points. But we are currently undergoing the science of determining how frequent each one of these things are in the films. And the more frequent something is in a film, or in the films rather, the more the game should be rewarded for actually depicting it, right? Whereas something that isn't in any films or isn't in too many of them, the game's not going to give as much credit for having it included. So this can give an indication of which games are more or less, you know, representative of Bond. But even games that are very close or in fact equal score currently could still end up being drastically changed because of which specific elements they did or did not include. So like I said, I've been updating this as I've been playing through the game. But we can now fill in the blanks here, hopefully. So driving car was featured quite a bit in multiple ways, but there are in fact several driving other. We did just see the motorcycle driving. James Bond did drive a space shuttle, I would say. And I think he drove a snowmobile at some point. He's showing a lot of vehicular skills. So the Bondian charm and smarm was not all that present, frankly, but I think it's fair to say that it's like we got a little bit of it, and a little bit of sass in the dialogue with Goodhead. So I think it's I'm so like we this came up when we were playing Quantum of Solace and stuff, because Craig's Bond isn't very smarmy. He's not Roger Moore, you know? He's not any of the other Bonds. So to a degree, like lack of gadgets, lack of Q branch, lack of smarm, like all these things are something that you could argue are done in service of being faithful to how the character in his world is depicted in these more recent films. But this, of course, you know, we get Daniel Craig's Bond inserted into, you know, fucking Moonraker and whatever else. So I still think they kind of dropped the ball a little bit on this, but I'm unsure. I'm tempted, honestly, to not give this a full credit. A lot of the time when games have gotten a 0 in this, it's because there's like no dialogue. Sometimes there has even been credit for having narration that has like a certain tone to it. I'm gonna put a 0.5 here, and I'm gonna mark this as yellow, which is my key for check the tapes. Like, I'm gonna need to reassess this with a little more I don't know, a little bit more empirically, and not just going off of my recollection or feeling. But my feeling is that it doesn't quite, for everything they're going out of their length to recreate, there isn't, like I said, Bond himself doesn't have a ton of dialogue in the game, and there aren't a lot of extended scenes. Like, there are extended scenes of characters talking at him, giving him a grand villainous speech and everything. He's interacting with characters, but there's not a lot of scenes where Bond is kind of the instigator of the kind of, you know, conversation or drama or charm and smarm, for that matter. So I think it's an element that they kind of leaned away from, I feel, in the depiction and what they chose to include in the game. What's up, Gomadank? We're wrapping things up here. You're welcome to join for some hot spreadsheet action. I don't really think there was much reference to drinking or liquor. I'm gonna put a 0 should be reasonably simple to kind of go through the story bits, but I don't think, because it's so truncated, like there aren't a lot of scenes that aren't like, even you get some adventure bits of exploring offices and stuff, investigating, but you don't really get scenes of characters interacting outside the bounds of the mission and the action stuff, which is granted like why you wouldn't get this in plenty of games. So that's, I guess that's also, on a side note, like one other sort of weakness or shortcoming of the game, that it's nailing a lot of recreating stuff from films, but because it's only so focused on the action set pieces and the villain showdowns and everything, there are these vast swaths of what these films are that just is not represented at all, which is a little bit of a shame. But still, like, the production values for the stuff that they did include is still plenty impressive. I do not recall any amount of gambling being featured or alluded to. Here we get some kind of tricky ones. So, globetrotting, yes. We're in all kinds of location. We're even space trotting. M appears, not on screen visibly, but she calls us a couple of times. But there isn't really a mission briefing. There's not really a mission briefing scene, because we get sort of jumped into these different scenarios kind of like in media res, right? There's no, because there's no traditional structure of Bond receiving his mission and then going on his mission. That segment isn't there, but that's plenty of games that sort of skip over that to some degree. But we don't really get the, you know, the phone call radio message as the level starts with M explaining a bunch of stuff. I feel like I'd have to double check, because it feels so strange to like not have what you would refer to as kind of a mission briefing. But so I'm gonna mark this yellow, but I'm gonna put a 0, because there isn't really anything like that, as I recall. Like, it's very kind of quick and to the point, I guess, as far as like beginning the missions or being in them already. I wasn't sure about Q, because of course Q, the Craig era Q, did make his debut in Skyfall the film, but alas, there's nothing really, you know, barely anything of that film is actually in the game, including Q. So no Q. I think Tanner does brief you extremely, well, briefly about the pen dart thing. There's no like proper, there's no Q branch. There's no scene of being introduced to the gadgets. He calls you and talks to you about the gradually unlocking car gadgets in the Die Another Day driving level. Not a full-on briefing, but it's at least a half point. So I'm gonna give it a half point and mark it as yellow again. See, even trying to do this as I'm playing the game, I'm still ending up with these like uncertainties, which is kind of annoying, but I'll go through this eventually. Incredibly, I was trying to be on the lookout, or the ear out, for this line, Bond, James Bond, and it did not appear to be featured in the game, nor the Monty Norman James Bond theme, which is like, what an omission. Like, that's, as you can see, it's not in every game, but it's like, yeah, it's not in a mobile game that fucking barely has music, but it's, you know, it's in most of them. But not in this one, this celebratory anniversary game. That's like shocking to me. I'm just gonna mark this yellow, because it's like, I'm so incredulous over the fact that this line would not be included in a game that has dialogue and has like 5 Bond films, 6 even, to pick dialogue from, and features multiple scenes of James Bond introducing himself to other characters. All these things are true, yet this line apparently does not appear in the game, which is insane to me. So this game is fascinating because it's got a bunch of stuff. It has like Felix Leiter featured prominently and other things that you rarely see in other games, but then like it fumbles these like extremely basic things that you would expect. So we have multiple Bond in peril scenes. We have sexy ladies for sure, but I don't think there are any evil sexy ladies in any of the plots that were featured in the games or the films we saw covered. So I'm pretty sure that's a 0 for this one. I also, despite this game featuring probably the highest amount of romantic interests for Bond, given the fact that it covers a bunch of different movies, I feel like Bond has rarely been depicted as chaste as he was in this game. You know, for a game featuring James Bond getting married, the romantic chemistry and horniness levels were very much under control in this game. And I don't think, like, there are games and films where, like, I don't think this is necessarily represented, like, because there's, like, actual genuine believable romantic tension. Like the chemistry between Bond and Vesper in Casino Royale, I think, is great. And I wouldn't, like, the idea of James Bond's magical dick powers, you know, that's very much rooted in, like, the Sean Connery era of, like, him basically abusing women into, like, submission. And they're, like, you know, they're weirdly happy about it. You know, they kind of throw themselves at him despite his best efforts. Like, you know, he's so magnetically charismatic that, you know, women can't help but throw themselves at his feet. It's not like the idea that he can seduce someone, or even that, like, he can engage in romantic relationships. Like, it's when it's in its purest form anyway, it's when you go, oh, that's weird, like, how did that happen? Like, you know, Bond has a strange, like, whatever, like, oftentimes an antagonistic interaction with a woman, and then, like, 3 seconds later they're making out. Yeah, so in Goldfinger, like, not only did he, like, turn Pussy Galore straight, he did so by, like, beating her up, basically. So that's, you know, I mean, it doesn't have to be, of course, like an abusive sort of thing. It's just, like, it's absurdly, that's kind of how it plays out in that film. So it's kind of the extreme example of it. But it's, you know, when you have a sequence of scenes and, like, this sort of, not necessarily romantic, but certainly physical, you know, relationship between Bond and a woman develop very rapidly and very, like, conspicuously rapidly. But I've been giving certainly plenty of half points where you get, like, well, there's, you know, it's not quite like that, but there's some element of romance being depicted with no, like, reasonable kind of build up to it. But I don't think that's the case. Like, there was very little flirting even. Like, that's the thing. Like, it's the same thing about the charm and smarm thing not really being covered in the game. Despite having, I think, pretty much every section in the game had, like, some Bond girl type character in it that he's interacting with, there is very little flirting kind of banter. So I think that's what really makes it feel so exceptionally chaste. So I'm just gonna put a 0. There's no real ifs and or buts about it. We did, however, get, like, this game is fucking over delivering on villain layers and villain speeches. Several henchmen, like, they didn't miss a beat as far as that stuff goes. We're lucky to get one villain deliver proper speeches in a proper layer, but we had plenty of that in this game. Would easily be worth more than 1 point if I were allowed to if I were allowed such transgressions, but 1 point is all that we can afford. So with that, we end up with a final raw Bond quotient of 25.5. Respectable, but still less than you would kind of want. I think where are we? Everything or Nothing, I think, is at the top rating currently at 29. But even then, there's technically stuff that may have been stuff that we were adding, like categories that were added after playing certain games. So it's probably going to end up getting a few more. The max is like 32 or something like that. So over 25 is like a good score, and it's getting points for stuff that many other games would not. But the fact that, like, losing a point for not having the Bond theme is like crazy to me. I gave it a half point for theme song because it technically has its own song that plays during the opening credits, but it's a little montage of two, like the Goldfinger and On Her Majesty's Secret Service themes sort of wound up to, it doesn't have it's not a proper theme song. So half credit is, it shouldn't be getting 0 credits, I feel, but it's not like, it's not really what that should be. Is there a James Bond License to Kill game with the tank pressure scene? So License to Kill is one of the films covered in 007 Legends, and it has the full climax with the tanker truck chase, and the final fight with Sanchez, which was really cool. But there is also the License to Kill game for the Amiga, which has 5 levels, 4 of which are based on the pre-credits opening scene, which is always amusing to me. And the 5th level is driving the tanker trucks. Pretty sick. Do I think there are any Bond-inspired games that would out-Bond score most Bond games? Highly unlikely, because a lot of these things are so specific to things that you would not really be allowed to put in a game. Like, many of them aren't, of course. Like tuxedos and changes of clothes and gunplay and fisticuffs and whatever. But I think it would be very hard to compete with those like above average scores. Because, I mean, just looking at like the stuff you literally couldn't really put in. So you couldn't have M or Q. I split this up relatively recently. So you could have mission briefings and you could have a Q equivalent to giving you a gadget briefing, but you couldn't have the characters of M and Q. And you couldn't really have, I mean, I guess I could give some kind of point for a Q branch equivalent. I don't know. But you couldn't have Moneypenny or Felix Leiter. You couldn't have the line Bond, James Bond. You couldn't have the Bond theme. You wouldn't have the gun barrel. You know. So that's a significant chunk of stuff that many of which are covered by all the like high scoring games. But, you know, the thing is, like, you could have a Bond pastiche. I mean, we could look at Operation Stealth, right? So Operation Stealth was originally a Bond pastiche, but it had the Bond license attached to it after the fact. And that one is that one's, again, maybe not quite up to date. So that one scored 13.5. And I'm sure in the Bond version of it, he says the line Bond, James Bond. So there's like some points here that should be added most likely. But that's about as like as close to a non-Bond Bond game you'd think of. I mean, I guess there are others. There's that like the GoldenEye N64 inspired thing that's, I don't think it's out yet, but it's coming out. If it leans super far into it, I'm sure it could score decently, but it wouldn't be in like the 20s, let alone the mid to upper 20s. But you can kind of see too, like in the early games, the scores are pretty low because there's just not enough scope or fidelity to depict all these things. But once we get to like the 3D era, like you can see here, like the early ones, they're all like in the teens at best, and then you get to GoldenEye and it's boom, it's 24. And then you get a lot of these, like most of them are in the 20s, and the ones that are lower are usually the handheld or mobile games. or Rogue Agent, which is just like kind of fucked. So the average is actually pretty high. Like if you were to include all of them, yeah, the mobile games would drag down the average. But if you take a more representative selection of console games, it would be very tough for a non-actual Bond game to compete. The Living Daylights was adapted to a game. In fact, it has a bunch of different computer versions. It's kind of impossible, but it's a cool game. And it does have... I want to say it has like multiple Necros boss fights, sort of. It doesn't... You don't fist fight him hanging off the cargo from a plane, unfortunately. But you do fight him. I think you fight him at like the amusement park. You have to like shoot his balloons and whatever. And there's the whole raid on the safe house where he's like the milkman disguised dude or whatever. It's a cool game. It's impossible, but it's pretty cool. Anyway, I was trying to wrap things up effectively here, and I'm doing a terrible job at that. But we're done with the spreadsheet. So let's... give me a moment here. And we have one last... one last thing to do. Sure that is all set up correctly, and boom. Going to update the tier list. So I'm gonna maybe make some final revisions before all is said and done. We'll revisit this and look at it at the very least for the finale stream in January sometime. But yeah, here's the one last game that we haven't placed on here. Technically, of course, Hover Chase hasn't been ranked because that game turned out to not be playable. But we've gone through the whole list. Really need to play the S Plus God games. They're pretty good. I would say they're more than pretty good. So this is interesting. As usual, I don't really remember exactly where I've put things. I don't like keep the full rankings. I have like vague recollections of things here and there, but yeah, looking at this list, I guess we ended up putting GoldenEye, the Wii and PS3 ones in the same tier. Yeah. I remember we're having a discussion about it the last time. And yeah, that's the thing. Like, this game is easily better than GoldenEye. But looking at this list, like, for me, this is like, there's definitely up here. It's not like vastly weaker than Bloodstone. I think it's better in some ways. The A tier is really interesting because it's such an eclectic mix of different types of games. I can see like Bloodstone and 007 Legends being equal in some ways, but Bloodstone more interesting in others. I think it's fair. Like, I don't think they necessarily should be in the same rank. But I guess that's also accurate here. I was gonna say I think it's closer to Bloodstone than it is to GoldenEye in quality or like enjoyment for sure. And it's, you know, certainly for capturing the actual sort of nostalgia feel, which GoldenEye did a terrible job with. So yeah, I mean, I'm very focused on the stuff that's left to do because we have the movies to watch. We have a lot of spreadsheet calculations to do. We have the GoldenEye XBLA game to play. None of the bonus games are included in this list, by the way. So I don't feel like I'm done, but as you're helpfully reminding me, yeah, I have in fact finished we've done all these 50 games, I should say. I have not completed every single one because there were certainly games that essentially were unfinishable or games that I just like gave up on. There weren't many of them, frankly, but enough that I can't literally say that I have finished 50 Bond games, or even 49, not including Hover Chase. Although, I guess, looking at the bonus games, I did complete the 2 text adventures. I don't think the Commodore 64 card chase game, what did I even write here? Yeah, played through a few. I don't think it actually, I think it like loops. I don't think it's finishable. We completed the Tiger Electronics handheld and got the ending for that one. So I guess, you know, I guess I have probably completed about 50 James Bond games. If we add the bonus games and you know, dismiss the ones where I didn't actually finish. I've seen Skyfall plenty of times. It's just been a long time since I watched it. I like it. But I think Craig's tenure is very, not uniquely by any stretch, but it is very mixed and peculiar. But I think you can say that for pretty much any, I mean, fucking even George Lazenby, who had one film, that one is so, it's got some great stuff in it, and it's got some really weird stuff in it. It's like, I understand why it's such a divisive film. But I think every Bond actor who had more than one film, I mean, arguably you could say that Timothy Dalton might have the sort of highest batting average, because The Living Daylights has some issues, but it's really not a bad movie, and it's got some awesome stuff in it, and it's got maybe the best theme song. So it's got some great stuff going for it, and License to Kill is incredible. It's like, as far as my current ranking would go, my favorite Bond film. So, but him aside, like, everyone has some pretty good ones and some real clunkers, I feel like. And Daniel Craig isn't really an exception. But anyway, we've been going way over time here. Let's do this. Well, I can do that off stream. Let me hide this before I dox myself or do something bad. I'll save this and I'll update the spreadsheet. In fact, I'll do that right now to place .007 Legends firmly in A tier. But yeah, that concludes this game. That concludes this stream. I will be back at some point in later this week, probably. The tier list rankings are all listed in the spreadsheet, Killick. You can also find links to the spreadsheet. I haven't saved it yet, so I can't link the... I'll do it off stream. But I always post the tier list updates on Discord, so you can find it there. I feel like Brosnan's 3 good, 1 bad. The bad one just weighs so heavily. Kind of. But I think Tomorrow Never Dies and The World's Not Enough are also both very uneven. And I think GoldenEye is like a good, fun movie. It's extremely watchable, but it's like, I don't know. It's got a lot of goofy stuff in it that sort of rubs me the wrong way. It's hard to put my finger on what it is exactly, but I don't really... It's just like tonally, there's stuff I'm not hugely into, but it's got some great stuff in it too. I think M, like Judi Dench's M is a great character in general, but she's introduced like super strongly in that film. And there's some really great stuff. Yeah, I'm not sure, but it's funny too. Like, that's the thing. Like, most of the weaker Bond films have good stuff in them too. Die Another Day is not uniquely, because I think Quantum of Solace is like, well, not even fair too. I was gonna say, like, Die Another Day just like doesn't have anything that's really good in it, and then it's got a bunch of stupid shit in it. Quantum of Solace is like thoroughly bad, but the character of Camille is actually super great. Like, she's such a good character, and it's like elevates the movie, or like, you know, it sort of offsets things. But yeah, it's you can go into infinite length with these kinds of debates, so I'm just gonna try not to get too caught up in it and wrap things up there. And speaking of wrapping up, that's what we're going to do here. We're going to do that by finding someone to raid. Is it possible that the thing I find goofy in GoldenEye is Boris? I cannot answer that question on account of you using goofy thing singular, as if GoldenEye doesn't have like 500 extremely goofy things in it. I mean, it's not like pigeons doing double takes and like undercranked fist fights and like fucking circus themed assassins like Moonraker, but I mean, it's got like Pierce Brosnan's tactical fishing gear, which fucking always makes me laugh. And I mean, it's just an extremely 90s movie in every way. And I'm not saying goofy, like no fun allowed, you can't be goofy in a Bond film, but I think it's like tonally inconsistent. I think like Bond himself is, I mean, I like Pierce Brosnan fine, but there's just like some stuff in it that's see, now I'm getting fucking caught up in this. Nope, we're done. We're not doing this. But anyway, Bill Bull is doing David Bowie gaming. It sounds pretty good. Let's raid Bill Bull. Thank you very much for hanging out, everybody. This was a lot of fun. Games Bond will return with GoldenEye, and that might be the next stream. It might not. I'm not really sure. Keep your eyes peeled on Discord for more updates as they may happen. And also on Discord tomorrow evening, we will be watching From Russia with Love. So feel free to join for that. And let me drop the link one more time here so you can find your way there. And I'll see you guys when I see you. Thank you very much for watching. Good night.